indirectly,
I don't know why.
All right, good evening. Today, Tuesday, June 28th, we are convening the special meeting of the Providence City Plan Commission. It is 4:48 p.m. Let's start off by taking a roll call. We'll go around in order. Christian? Here. Harry? Here. Noel? Here. Manuel? Here. Choyan? Present. Bob Azar? Here. Present. And Kelly Morris Salvatore is present for possibly her last meeting, which is very sad. We'll hand it off to Bob for a director's report.
Okay, just briefly, I wanted to update you on the comprehensive plan and our pending zoning ordinance amendments. We have started the process of rolling out the comprehensive planning process. We have sent out a correspondence to the city council members, letting them know that this is coming. We started to have some discussions with neighborhood organizations about this process. We've been to WBNA and South Providence Neighborhood Association. Tim Shea showed up right on time. Tim is our community liaison, and he's been our presence out there in the community. Throughout July, we'll be attending various events and talking up the plan, and we'll continue to keep you updated on that. And the zoning, we handed it out last time. These are amendments that are being proposed by planning and inspection and standards to deal with some of the emerging issues, primarily clerical, corrective, technical in nature. But also there are a couple of substantive, more policy related issues there. We'll discuss that at the meeting on July 19th. That's it.
Wonderful. Thank you, Bob. Then let's roll right into our first agenda item. It is City Council referral number 3523, the student housing ordinance. The proponent is Councilwoman Helen Anthony, who is here this evening. I did see her. Choyan, would you like, do you want to tee this up?
Yeah, I can introduce this one. Okay, so some of you on this board will know that we've been talking about student housing going back to around 2015, when the council first adopted an ordinance with respect to specifically to student occupancy of dwelling units. And at the time, the ordinance that was adopted is the one that's actually on the books today. And what it says is that in a single family house, in the R1 and in the R1A zoning districts, the two single family zoning districts in the city, no more than 3 college students are allowed to live together. And that was actually pared down considerably from some of the earlier versions of the ordinance that were reviewed by the City Plan Commission and the council. That ordinance was appealed, and it made its way up through Superior Court and then ultimately to the Rhode Island Supreme Court. And in May of 2020, the Rhode Island Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of that ordinance and found that the council had acted within its authority, within the purposes of zoning and within the city's comprehensive plan in passing that ordinance. And I might stress that it really does reinforce the importance whenever you act on zoning changes and whenever the council does as well, that you make specific findings with respect to the purposes of zoning and the comprehensive plan. The court was very clear that it was important that those findings had been made. So at any rate, there were some other attempts to expand the student housing regulations. In 2019, there were some attempts made. They didn't move forward. In part, I think because the court matter was still sort of taking place. But now that we know that we can regulate the number of students living together, there's been a new proposal that's made by Councilwoman Anthony, who's here today, and you'll hear from in a moment, that would expand this regulation. And what it would do is expand to other zones. It would expand to the R2 and the R3 districts. And it would also include not just single family houses, but any type of dwelling. So to give you a little bit of context, within the R1 and the R1A zones, there are on the order of 7,000 single family dwellings. Those are subject to this current regulation. Let's see here, if I have this information. I don't have the specific number of dwellings that are in the R1, R1A, R2, and R3 zones, but I can tell you that the amount of the city currently covered by the R1 plus R1A zones is about 15–16% of the city. All four of the residential zones that are covered by this proposal would amount to on the order of 47% of the land area of the city. So just a little bit of context there. But I think I've said enough, and perhaps Councilwoman could come up to the mic up in front and just give you a little bit more of her reasoning. I'm sorry, Councilwoman, if you wouldn't mind, the mic there. Yeah, we have two podiums or two places to speak.
This is much more comfortable, thank you.
And if you could just move the mic a little closer.
Good evening. My name is Helen Anthony, and I am the City Councilwoman representing Ward 2. And I first of all would like to thank all of you for your service to the city. You do a tremendous amount of work, and we're very appreciative for everything you do. So there is a problem throughout the city in areas surrounding our universities and colleges where residential homes are being bought by developers and converted into what is essentially college dorms. The effect on the surrounding neighborhoods have been devastating. There are constant problems with trash, noise, parking, and lack of maintenance of homes and yards. Like many, when I started in my council position, I thought that the problem was enforcement of our laws pertaining to all these issues. Despite best efforts by me, neighbors, other city councilors, and the city staff, and I'm going to give a particular shout out to Maureen McManus, Deputy Director of the Department of Public Works, and Alexis Thompson, Deputy Zoning Official, we just can't keep up with the violations. I have so many pictures and emails regarding the issues, it would take me days to download all of them, and I'm not exaggerating. The city, as Bob said, currently has an ordinance that states the following, in R1A and R1 districts, a single family dwelling that is non-owner occupied shall not be occupied by more than 3 students. Unfortunately, this ordinance applies to very few dwellings, so it's having little impact on an increasingly growing problem. I have proposed an amendment to the ordinance which expands the no more than 3 college students per dwelling to all non-owner occupied residential or dwellings in R1, R1A, R2, and R3 districts. But I'd like to be clear, I am not proposing to prevent students from occupying dwellings. I'm merely trying to prevent students from over-occupying dwellings by limiting the number to 3. It is the over-occupying that is destroying the character of the neighborhoods that surround our universities and colleges. Allowing 3 students per dwelling in a three-family means that 9 college students can occupy the 3-family. 6 students could occupy a 2-family. I think that's more than reasonable. I would also like to say that the city is embarking on a review of its comprehensive plan, as Bob was just describing, which has to be done every 10 years. I'm hopeful during that process that we will be discussing the strategies recommended in the Providence Anti-Displacement and Comprehensive Housing Strategy Plan, many of which encourage density. If we increase density, we must have some controls in place so that we protect the integrity and character of our neighborhoods. This is one of those tools. I ask that you send this to ordinance with a recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Anthony. So I think maybe Harry, I don't remember if Christian, you were around when we went through this the first time. But we spent a great deal of time discussing this, deliberating. We even created subcommittees to study this and reported back our findings. We did help recraft some language and put it back to the city council. And this is the way I interpret this, and Bob can correct me if I'm wrong. This is simply expanding the areas with the same delineation that we have for the single family zones across the 2-family and 3-family zones across the city. So in one house, in a single family house, it would be 3 students. In a 2-family house, it would be 6 students. In a 3-family house, it would be 9 students. Obviously, we've tested this and it meets legal muster the way we passed it the last time and the city council adopted it. So I think if you have any questions for Bob before we open it up for public comment, or would you like to discuss anything beforehand? We can read the staff report and go from there too. Mr. Azar, would you like?
I have I guess maybe just one question, and I guess it's the extension through R2 and R3, and I think Bob, you started to speak to that, but I guess I'm curious about any guidance that you can provide, and in particular, I guess I wonder whether the restriction around multifamily or some of the kind of the R3 in particular can be or will be too limiting.
As I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong again, Bob, is that the original proposal that we reviewed back in, what was it, 2017 or 2019, was put forward by Councilwoman Joanne Ryan and specific to her neighborhood. And I think that's probably why it worked well there, because there was a lot of single family residences with college occupancy around it. I think this is probably speaking, and Bob, you can pick it up, but this is probably speaking to more broadly the city as opposed to certain parts of the city.
Yeah, that's some good context. So yes, Councilwoman Ryan was the one to first bring this up, and it was in response to concerns that were cropping up in the 5th Ward in the vicinity of Providence College. And as many of you probably know, there are entire blocks that have nothing but triple deckers occupied by students, most of which are owned by the same business. And those areas are generally zoned R2 with a little bit of R3. And there was some concern that there was some creep towards a single family zone where student housing landlords were starting to buy single family houses. So it so happened that the regulation that was put into place works pretty well to kind of contain the growth of student housing in and around Providence College. Around College Hill, not so much, because while there is some single-family zoning there, a lot of it is 2- and 3-family zoning. And I might add that while much of the single-family zoning in the Elmhurst area is kind of a monoculture of single-family houses, in College Hill, we have a lot of what we call non-conforming 2 families, 3 families, and multifamilies in the single-family zone. So even though these buildings are in that R1 zone, they would the current ordinance wouldn't apply to them because it only applies to single-family houses. So I think this ordinance has been written in a way that would have a broader impact, not only because it applies to different zones and different types of dwellings, but also because of the characteristics of College Hill that include a lot of 2- and 3-family zoning and a lot of non-conforming structures.
Is there a way that it is limited only to college students, or is it also in referring to unrelated individuals?
You can take that.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with unrelated individuals. This specifically speaks to college students. And in the, it's not in this particular amendment, but whenever we use the term college student, it refers to the definition in the zoning ordinance, and I can read that to you right now. It says, an individual enrolled as an undergraduate or graduate student at any university or college educational institution who commutes to a campus. So specifically off campus housing. By the way, one important thing to mention that I don't know that we made clear is that neither the current ordinance nor the proposed ordinance would apply to owner-occupied property. So you could, if the owner lives in one of the units and rents to students in other units within the building, there wouldn't be this 3-student cap. The presumption being that owner occupants have much more immediate ability to deal with problems as they come up.
So I understand the current ordinance worked to reduce the number of single-family homes, but it didn't reduce the number of students in the neighborhood, right? And so those students kind of got pushed into other multifamily homes around Providence College, right? So is the goal of this ordinance to reduce the number of off-campus students, or is it to, because it seems like this is really hard to enforce, and the real, culprit, if you want to, for lack of a better word, is the universities and the colleges. And if they're going to be submitting these master plans and saying, hey, we're going to have, X percentage of students, there doesn't seem to be much enforcement here on, like, shouldn't they pay more money to the city, or like, I just see this as reducing the number of people in a unit, but and then not putting a cap on the number of students that move off campus. That just means more units will be absorbed by studentification, which is not an outcome I'd like to see.
Okay, so excellent question. Let me see if I can address that. So what this would do is if there are dwellings that have units with more than 3 students living in them, which let's face it, there are many of them. Those would become those would, if this restriction is enacted, it would apply, and the landlords would no longer be able to rent to that many people in that particular dwelling unit. So what we think this will encourage is student housing landlords to look to other places to house students and to develop their properties. First of all, it's not a ban. You know, they could certainly continue to use the dwelling units that they have, so long as they aren't overcrowded. And by overcrowding, I mean more than 3 students per dwelling unit. In fact, I think we are seeing a bit of a trend with student housing landlords that they are building housing in commercial zones and in the residential professional district, which is not covered by this proposed ordinance. So I think some of that is already happening. I think that you know, if this goes into effect, that might be an outcome. With respect to enforcement, yes, this is going to be very difficult to enforce. We hope that we would get cooperation from the landlords to voluntarily comply, but primarily we expect that this would be enforced by responding to complaints from residents who are you know, becoming aware of particular behaviors. With respect to the colleges, this ordinance does include some additions to the institutional master plan, such that the universities would have to tell us how many people are living off campus, and would have to have certain policies related to students. I might add also that we are seeing the universities building dorms. Providence College, you just approved a new dormitory that they want to be under construction soon on, and Brown University recently completed a dorm and is building 2 more dorms. They also bought an apartment building in downtown that they're going to use for student housing. So I think you know, there are a lot of different factors here. I hear what you're saying about you know, this question of, you know, if students are already living in these neighborhoods, you know, where are they going to go? And I think the answer is that these neighborhoods around colleges will still have lots of students living there, but at lower densities. And in fact, you know, there may be other properties, you know, as a consequence that end up being occupied by students if there's enough demand. But I think the presumption behind this ordinance, and I don't want to speak for the councilwoman, is that it's large concentrations of students that cause problems, not smaller concentrations.
I think the other, and Bob mentioned the proliferation in District Ward 5, which was the impetus for the original ordinance, and I think that's, again, I don't want to speak for the councilwoman here, but it's I think part of it is trying to prevent opportunistic landlords from buying properties and sticking a whole bunch of college students into it as well. This will be sort of a deterrent for that because it's on the books as not allowed.
Well, 2 things. One is this in effect now for R1 and R1A?
Yes, for single family houses in R1 and R1A.
So that kind of brings me to Chris's point again, though. If the enforcement, upon whose shoulders should the enforcement fall? And I think it should fall on the university dramatically. rather than on the city staff. Certainly, Johnson and Wales used to have amazing enforcement of student. Any student, any huge party or anything could call Johnson and Wales and get support immediately. And I don't know whether Brown or Providence College does any of that. And I think, is it working? Is the enforcement working now? I mean, here we're doing R1 and R1A, and we're proposing to expand that, and yet perhaps the enforcement is not working now. I think we have to get it working on a smaller level. And then secondly, I do just want to point out that with regard to Providence College, remember, those buildings were boarded up when those guys started. So this is a very complicated issue. I think of a wonderful quote from Mayor Cianci about how the artists were his Marine Corps. They were the expeditionary forces. They went into unlivable spaces, shortly to be followed by lawyers and then by doctors. But, we don't want to kill the goose that laid the golden egg. And the university students bring enormous wealth and popularity into this neighborhood. So
This ordinance actually speaks to part of what you're
good.
you're speaking about, and in that it's proposing a change to the institutional master plan that we review on a regular basis with every college and university by changing the institutional master plan submittal requirements to state the number of college students living off campus, the institution's expectations for students living off campus, the institution's process for explaining how it communicates city ordinances to the students, the process for disciplining students that live off campus and for violations of city ordinances, and a procedure for contacting the institution regarding student violations of city ordinances.
And I read all that, and I think it should be much tougher. I think that there should be some coordination between landlords, universities, and the university should be more responsible for enforcement rather than just heaping it on the state, on the city. That's all I'm saying. And
Well,
I think
while
that's
we're-
what Chris was getting at.
Well, while we take public comment, maybe try to think of some language that you'd like to propose so that we can,
You're the linguist.
I don't have Nicole here to help me out today.
Okay.
One more question. Do we know the history of the growth of the student population in the city and the trend?
I don't have that information.
Oftentimes we hear the student population on campus and off campus when reviewing institutional master plans from each university and college.
But we don't know it as a portion of the population of the city in the historically.
I don't have that information. The institutions, I'm sure, would be able to tell us, what their population trends look like and on and off campus, but I don't have that information.
I do know that both Brown and PC have, I believe, less than 15% of their students are from Rhode Island. So these aren't local kids either. So, all that money and prestige is exported as well as it's imported. People take the prestige of the university and the city, and then they take it to other places in the world. So there is an exchange. They don't just come and give and not take away.
Okay, I think we're at a good point to let Bob read the staff report, and then we will open it up to public comment. I believe there's going to be quite a bit of public comment this evening on quite a few matters. So we are going to be limiting public comment to 2 minutes per person. And we're going to ask your help to keep your comments concise and to the subject that we're hearing. But with that, we'll we'll let Bob read the staff report and then we'll hear from the public.
Okay. All right, I think we've thoroughly described the ordinance. This is a recommendation to the city council. And we advise that you should find this amendment to be in conformance with the comprehensive plan, specifically objective LU1, which calls for protecting and enhancing stable neighborhoods, H3, which calls for requiring colleges and universities to develop plans for student housing and to address concerns about resident displacement, and LU7, which promotes allowing for institutional growth while preserving neighborhoods. The purposes of zoning listed in section 101 include promoting the public health, safety, and general welfare of the community, providing for a range of uses and intensities of use appropriate to the character of the city and its neighborhoods, reflecting current and expecting future needs, providing for orderly growth and development, protecting the historic, cultural, and scenic character of the city and its neighborhoods, promoting a balance of housing choices for all income levels and groups, and providing affordable, accessible, safe, and sanitary housing for the health, safety, and welfare of all residents. We believe you should find this amendment consistent with these purposes. So our advice to you is that you recommend approval of the amendment to the council, finding it consistent with the comprehensive plan and the purposes of zoning.
Thank you, Bob. At this time, we will open up public comment on this agenda item number 1. We'll start again with Councilwoman Anthony. Is there anything else you'd like to say on the record? Okay. And then we'll go to the next member of the public here with us today, John Garahy. Attorney John Garahy.
And while Mr. Garahy is getting ready to speak, for those of you online on Zoom, you can raise your virtual hand and we will call on you in the order that we see on the screen.
Again, I'm going to remind everyone to try to keep their comments brief. I'm going to set the timer for 2 minutes. I will give the opportunity to extend if we're on topic and having a substantive conversation.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, John Garahy on behalf of Walter Bronhut. I did cut down some of my remarks. I have some prepared, but I'm going to reduce them a little bit. My client, Mr. Bronhut, owns a number of 2-family, 3-family, and multifamily dwellings in the R2 and R3 zones within the city of Providence. And he and many others would be directly impacted by this proposed ordinance. As Bob indicated earlier, 47% of the land area of the city of Providence is affected by this. So approximately half of the landowners would have a stake and be affected by this ordinance. As Bob had indicated, the city council enacted the 3 college student rule applicable to single-family dwellings in the R1 zones in 2015 after significant review, input, and study in response to a particular concern. At that time, the council considered and rejected this broader proposal because the council was of the view that the primary concern related to the overcrowding of college students of single-family dwellings in the R1 zoning district. Nothing has changed since then. This proposed ordinance is a major and significant change to existing law, and one that has not been studied in any manner to determine if there is in fact a chronic problem or if the proposed ordinance will remedy that perceived problem. In this case, the proposed ordinance paints with a broad brush without concern for the size of the dwelling units, the number of bedrooms in a dwelling unit, or the location of a dwelling unit, or if the proposed limitation will remedy a perceived problem. While college students are not always model citizens, the fact that 5 students, for example, live in a dwelling unit is not any more predictive that disruptive conduct will arise in such dwellings more often than in a dwelling unit occupied by 3 students. I'll summarize.
I'll allow you to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You've prepared your remarks.
Thank you. Furthermore, because 2, 3, and multifamily dwelling are investment property as opposed to single-family property, the proposed ordinance would have an immediate and direct economic input on all property owners who have relied on existing law when they purchased the property, whether it was 40 years ago or yesterday. While not specifically downzoning the districts to reduce density, the outcome on property owner is the same, and therefore this proposed amendment is subject to zoning provisions relating to non-conforming uses. If in fact the intent behind the proposed amendment is to prevent landowners who have been lawfully renting to college students with more than 3 students from doing so, it would be improper under state law. State law provides that any use or activity lawfully existing at the time of the adoption of an ordinance is permitted to continue as a non-conforming use. I would suggest that the activity of renting to more than 3 college students is such an activity, and at a minimum, the language of the ordinance should be amended so provide. The ordinance cannot be applied retroactively. We urge you to recommend disapproval of this proposal as unnecessary and confiscatory. But at a minimum, it should be amended to recognize reasonable investment-backed expectations of property owners who have already purchased property and currently rent it to more than 3 college students. This is a matter of fundamental fairness to longtime property owners in Providence. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Gary. See, the next person I have on my list, and then we'll get to the virtual, is Rick Champagne. And please just state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, members of the commission, for having us here tonight. My name is Rick Champagne and I live at 38 Jenk Street. I'm currently the president of the College Hill Neighborhood Association, and I think the problem is clear. We represent over 300 families in the neighborhood who clearly articulate the noise, the density, and the trash that accumulates as a result of college students in the neighborhood is amazing. I would ask that if the developers and landlords of this neighborhood invested as much money they do in attorney fees as they do in caring for their properties, we would not be here this evening, but that's not the case. We want to encourage home ownership, where owner-occupied houses, multifamilies could afford more students. There's a housing crisis today. We've worked with Brown University. Sounds like Providence College is working on increasing their dormitory size. Brown is directly increasing 500 beds on the campus as a result of working with the community. I think it's incumbent upon this commission and the council to do their part as well. Give the neighborhood back to the neighbors. We often hear at this commission meeting that we want to put the neighbor back in neighborhood. This is an opportunity to do that. I would ask the commission to pass this and move it forward so that we city residents can enjoy a quality of life that's important for us. We're not saying students are bad. We just want to put a reasonableness in the number of students per unit. I don't think 3 is unreasonable. For 2 family, 6. For 3 family, 9. That's a reasonable level of occupancy. We're asking for quality of life. I'd ask you, put yourself in the situation living next to a house with 12 students, 15 students. It's untenable with the amount of trash and the unresponsiveness of developers and landlords who have accumulated properties over the years. Fines don't work anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The next person on my sign-up sheet is, I can't see the spelling of the last name, but it's Ann, and it begins with M-T, M-E-T.
Metcalf.
I just couldn't read it.
My handwriting.
Okay, just state your name and address for the record, please.
Certainly. My name is Ann Metcalf and I live at 100 Lloyd, and I live in the thick of what we're talking about.
Thank you.
I would like to support all that Councilwoman Helen Anthony has said and thank her for all her good work regarding restrictions on college occupancy. I'm speaking as a mother who has lived in the neighborhood for over 30 years, raised 3 children who walked to school. I can remember when there wasn't a light at the Hope Lloyd intersection, so it goes way back. I hope we can maintain these family neighborhoods despite our streets becoming much too busy with cars and parking. And just as an example, there was a home next door to mine. And for 3 years, there were 8 students living there. And it was a mess. And what they did also in the summertime was sublet to other students who shouldn't have been there. So I just urge all of you to think about maintaining family neighborhoods, which we desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person I have on the sign-up sheet is Jenny Schweik. Schweik? See?
I'm Jenny Schweik. I'm a property owner at 127 Lloyd Avenue. I support the student housing ordinance because I live on a street affected by houses overfilled with students. Though we do welcome students in our neighborhood, the reality of living on a street with these private dormitories is another matter. As homeowners, we put up with constant noise violations, excess parking problems, trash, and a very low standard of property maintenance. I urge you to pass this ordinance. This will discourage the developers from buying fine old houses in the historic district. It is a historic listed district, and hacking them up into profit-making private dormitories. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person on my sign-up sheet is Stephen Hamburg. Again, name and address. for the
Stephen
record.
Hamburg, 110 Lloyd Avenue.
Thank you.
And thanks, everyone. This has been an ongoing issue, as you know. I just want to stress that similar to some of the others, I've lived in the neighborhood for a quarter of a century. We've lived with students. We've not had historic problems. But the key is that there was a major shift in ownership and the density of students. So when we arrived, there were students in the neighborhood. There were the odd problems, no doubt, but it was a fundamental shift in the ownership patterns that explicitly did not, because it was after the original ordinance, no single family houses were purchased. They're all multiple family because of that exception. The density increased. We're talking about 13 students in houses that were literally built for one family, but because of the non-conforming use and when the zoning set up, they now have 2 families because there was another occupant in the time when the zoning was set up almost a century ago. So we have a new problem that's driven by a few investors who don't maintain the problems. The density of racks is unbelievable. Garbage, the yards are not maintained. So and you can pick them. You don't have to look at the tax maps. You can just walk around the neighborhood and you can tell each one of them. It's really quite stark. We've never had a problem. We've had students living behind us the entire time. We now have serious problems with noise, serious problems with disruption, all hours of the night. So we have to think about how do we change it, because the reality is we're happy with students, but we do need to do things differently. And we need to make sure that we do not just respect the fact these are homeowners, but that we have an effective balance. That's been lost. This ordinance, and I totally support it, really goes after that. And I just want to correct one thing. These investors are in the R1 as well. It's not just about the R2 and R3, but they're 2 family and 3 family in the R1, and they bought up every single house they can that's R2 or 3. They have way more than 3 students per unit, and many times, many of them more than 1 student per bedroom. The densities are really high. Many of the houses have parties literally 3 or 4 times a week. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we will go to the interwebs and see who's online.
And Mr. Chair, before we do that, just want to acknowledge that the commission did receive a couple of letters in opposition to the amendment and 1 letter in support. That was circulated to the commission earlier this week.
Yes, and those are included in the record. We've all reviewed them in advance. I forget to say that sometimes. If you've sent in comments, we do have that, so you can just simply summarize what you sent in prior. And with that, we'll allow Nina Markov.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Do the same thing. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I live at 76 Keene Street, and my name is Nina Markov.
Thank you.
So, should I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, so many of my neighbors have already said a lot of what I would say, but I just want to reiterate that, especially to Harry, that that this is a problem in the R1 because, as Bob pointed out, the ordinance only applies to single-family houses, and there are many non-conforming houses in our R1 neighborhood that you wouldn't be able to tell are two-family houses. And they are not used as multifamily houses, but certain landlords, well-known student housing developers, seem to be seeking out these non-conforming houses that are 2 or 3 family houses and buying them up. So the ordinance is working to stop the dormification of single-family houses, but these non-conforming houses, as soon as one comes up on the market, it is bought, and it is occupied by a large number of students where a family used to be. So this happened on our street. There was just one multifamily house that was occupied by students, and it was an occasional problem. But then a developer came and bought one 6-bedroom house and put 13 students in it, then bought the next door house that's identical also, and put a large group of students in there as well. So that's 26 students in addition to the house that was already there, which had probably 9 students. So you're talking 50 students. And when you get that many undergraduates together, the problems, you can imagine what the problems are: noise, trash, all of that, poor maintenance, because that's part of this business model, it seems like. So, and the fear is that there are many more non-conforming houses on our street, and the second they come on the market, they will probably also be bought by developers. So we could have soon 100 students on our street. And that's why we need this ordinance extended, not just to single family houses in the R1, but to the non-conforming houses in the R1 and elsewhere in the city, which has problems with this kind of housing. I happen to live in the R1, so I can speak for our experience. And I think the aspect that
We would ask you to summarize. Your 2 minutes is up.
Okay, well, I think I've said pretty much everything I want to say. I just want to thank Helen for finally proposing this, and I hope that the city council, and for you guys for recommending it, and I hope the city council doesn't bow to pressure and listens to its homeowners and renters who want to save our neighborhoods from exploitation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move to the next virtual participant. Again, if you're joining us virtually, raise your hand at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, or press *9 if you're calling in. Arthur Risk, excuse me. Unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Arthur Riss. I also live at 76 Keene Street. And I am in full support of this measure. Profit-seeking landlords have been filling buildings with students, and they're pricing out families. They're pricing out people who want to buy buildings, and they're pricing out people who want to rent buildings. And the trend is only getting worse. When we moved to the neighborhood, it was almost all families, whether it was families renting or families owning buildings. And now that's not the case. It is turned into a kind of party central. And if this is passed, less density will make it less profitable for landlords to kind of turn these old, beautiful houses. These are not boarded up, unlivable buildings that landlords have come and rehabbed. These are nice old buildings that are now turning into buildings that need to be rehabbed. And if these buildings become less dense, become less profitable, rents will become more affordable for families. And also the price of the building will be more affordable for families to own. So I really cannot say how this is a chronic problem, and it's getting worse. And I strongly encourage you to pass the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Tim, we have Tim Page, who will be promoted momentarily.
Hello, Tim. You can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you very, very much. My name is Tim Page. I reside at 98 Meeting Street in Providence. I did submit a letter in advance, which thank you very much for looking. And thank you to Councilwoman Anthony and to all others who are in support of this. I am in strong support of it. There's only one thing I would like to say in addition to what I put into my letter that contained a number of photos of a property right up the street from us. Whenever a property goes on sale in this neighborhood, and it doesn't matter whether it's a single family home or whatever, I can tell you that there's just a palpable fear that goes amongst everybody who is a resident homeowner as to who's going to buy it and what are they going to do with it and what's it going to do to the neighborhood. These are buildings that are filled with students who for one reason or another have elected to live off campus. And the density is a real issue, bringing trash, rats, noise, uncared for properties. I am in very, very strong support, and I appreciate your support as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Ian Westcott. Whoops, okay, looks like he's showing up now.
You're there now, or you can unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, please.
Unmute, got it. Sorry about that. I am driving and doing my best to not hit anything. My name is Ian Westcott.
Please be safe.
Yeah, I'm eyes on the road, yes. I live at 7 Lotus Place in Providence. I am speaking in opposition to this. I think that Providence has two big problems. One of which is that we need more residents. We need more, we need more residential housing. We need more density. And the other is that we have bad landlords who need to be held accountable for being bad landlords. And I don't feel that this change in this ordinance does either of those things. I think I echo the question that it needs to be, there's not a good way to enforce this. I don't think we're going to be knocking on doors and asking students to prove that they're students or not students. I also am concerned. I've seen that Strive has tried to put a building at Admiral and River, and I saw this very commission say that since the plan was dormitory style housing, it couldn't be built. So the question of, whether this ordinance would be encouraging, more building of, for student housing just strikes me as, if it's not in the zoning, then how are we actually even going to be doing that? I would love to see more enforcement of bad landlords, and I want to see more density. And I don't think that this is treating the problem. I think it's treating the symptoms. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We do encourage safe driving. So please, if you are calling in while driving, use hands-free devices and pay attention to the road.
Public service announcement.
Yes.
All right.
Liable for any accidents here.
Okay, we now have someone named Haley. You can unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name and your address for the record, please.
Haley Buckey, Buckey. I live at 24 Evergreen Street in Providence. I'm a renter. I'm 28 years old. Back in the day, I was a college student. I was actually a first generation low income college student. And so I'm opposed to this ordinance for several reasons. I think that this would make it really difficult for first generation and or low income students and students in general to afford to live in the city. And I want to emphasize that all students do contribute to the economy. actually first gen and low income students tend to work at local businesses and things like that. So definitely contributing to the economy, paying taxes and all of that. So I oppose it for that reason, because I think that it would make it more difficult for diverse students to live here and students in general. I also think that the housing crisis, I mean, it's not, I think the housing crisis is a big deal and we're constantly seeing it in the newspapers and the news. And so I think this ordinance would actually worsen the housing crisis. I'm sorry, I don't know the person's name, but the person sitting with the dark blue shirt. I agree with your comments earlier about how this would potentially push students into more units, so kind of sprawl students out. And so that would impact other residents who aren't students. I think it would just worsen the housing crisis. It would make things less affordable for people, residents, students alike. Another thing that I would bring up is just that students are really diverse in terms of like what they do. There are a lot of part-time students in the area as well. And so I don't know how you would classify that. I think it's actually a little bit concerning to try to restrict one class of people like this, simply because they're trying to get an education. And on that note, I would just urge people to think about the fact that we actually have tax credits where you can be a lifelong learner and get tax credits for that. So there are a lot of adults who also enroll in classes, whether they're undergrad or grad. And so I don't know if that means, you know, someone enrolls in classes and that means that they would have to move out of their house and live somewhere more expensive. There are a lot of other reasons that I think you should please consider opposing this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Lily Bogosian. Lily Bogosian, you can unmute.
Thank you. I live at 14 John Street, and my only comment that I would like to make, besides that I support the ordinance, is I wonder whether there is a possibility of creating language within your ordinance to represent the enforcement, as Mr. Bilodeau was suggesting or was thinking about, which is that each college is in possession of a master list of students who live off campus, which includes their addresses. And I just wonder whether a formula representing on a percentage basis in terms of the number of students and to assign a security person who would intervene in the issues arising from student noise, parking, you know, other polluting factors that don't comply with or respect the neighborhood in which these students live. So it would not be out of the ordinary to put that kind of language into your ordinance. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think it looked like that was the last person virtually that was.
Yep.
If there's anyone else, speak now or forever hold your peace on our virtual platform, raise your virtual hand or press *9 if you're calling in. Is there anyone else here in the room who did not get a chance to sign in or speak on this matter? Oh, yeah, actually, that's perfect timing. We can close the public comment with a portion of this meeting now, seeing, well, actually, hang on one second. There is one last last minute.
Okay, we have Raina.
Raina, we're attempting to promote you. When we do, you'll have a chance to speak.
Okay, we'll just do this.
Okay.
Actually. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, you can unmute yourself now and state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Rena Abels. My address is 555 Lloyd Avenue, Providence, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
The architecture on that building is really very unappealing.
We're speaking on agenda item number 1, which is the student housing ordinance proposed by Councilwoman Helen Anthony.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the Gano Street property.
Okay, we haven't gotten to that agenda item yet, ma'am.
Okay, sorry.
No problem. Thank you. Okay, with that, well, we have one more. Again, we are on agenda item number 1, the student housing ordinance proposed by Councilwoman Helen Anthony. Dexter, you may unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Dexter Strong. I live at 89 Keene Street in Providence, and I live next door to the 2 units that were mentioned previously that were purchased by an out-of-state landlord and converted to student housing. And previously, when we first moved to the neighborhood, there were families. There was actually a couple in each house, so we had a total of 4 people residing in those 2 houses, and now there's between 24 and 26. So that's quite an abrupt change. So I very much support this ordinance, and that it does, in fact, uphold the purpose of zoning, which is to, preserve neighborhoods and density. So I strongly support the ordinance. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. With that, we'd ask Councilwoman Helen Anthony to come back up and maybe recap some things. I actually wanted to ask you if you have any language that maybe is akin to what Carrie was looking for that we might add to this.
I will say that Councilwoman Joanne Ryan and I held a meeting with the colleges and universities, and unfortunately, I can't remember exactly the subject matter, but we did talk about requiring them to give the city the number of students at particular locations. And I think at that point, we were talking about it for health, safety, and welfare purposes, but honestly, I don't think I understand they have to protect the identity of their students. I certainly wouldn't want to violate that, but I don't understand why they can't be required. They do have a list of all they charge, I think, at least Brown does, their students to live off campus. And I just don't understand why it is they can't be required to give the number of students at each particular location. In other words, a list of students that are living. The addresses and the number of students, but not the identity of students.
That's a good addition.
And that's really all I was going to address, Mr. Bilodeau's. I'm concerned about enforcement, and I think it does give it teeth. And I do believe the enforcement should rest partially on our universities and colleges, because the problems are being created by the fact they can't house their students on campus.
Especially if some universities and colleges are charging extra fees and taking those fees, and we're stuck with the burden as a city in dealing with whatever outcomes come of that.
What Michael is saying is that to get off-campus housing from Brown, for example, you have to pay a premium of, I think, $800 just for the honor of going out into the neighborhood. And, I'm not opposed to that. But I think the pressure has to be on the universities to resolve this. Especially what we're hearing, Lloyd. I mean, that's a very specific area. Anybody who's driven up and down has seen what they're referring to. And I think the universities have to be held a lot more responsible, be much more responsive and responsible. They are, actually. I live on the corner of Hope and Power Street. And every now and then there's a uproar from directly across the street. And the Brown Security Police arrive instantly. Oh, I'm sorry, the Brown Security Police arrive within moments after getting a call out to them. And you know, I just wonder whether we're addressing, I kind of going along with Haley. I'm not sure that we're really trying to solve the right problem. I applaud trying to solve it. I just think we need to identify the problem and the solution rather than just expand the zone. I don't think that's going to solve it at all. It might even make it more difficult to solve. Thank you.
I have a couple of thoughts. My first was that I was taking down as Attorney Garrett, he made his comments. I remember quite a few landlords that testified that the sky would fall and that every building would be vacant when we were discussing the first R1 and R1A zone enactment. And I don't believe that to be the case. There are plenty of people who want to live in these houses, and the property values will not go to zero. They will not lose all beneficial use of their structures by enacting this. So I think it was upheld in the Supreme Court, and I know there were people that were heavily against this, who were specifically landlords as well. And I'd also like to speak to one other public comment, and Bob or Kelly, maybe you can help me with it. It was the class of people and discriminating against college students, and I believe that was specifically discussed in the last iteration of this.
Well, it was brought up during the Supreme Court case, and the Supreme Court specifically said that college students are not a protected class in the same way that race or disability, things like that are protected.
And then I do think enforcement is a big part of this. I'd be in favor of adding language to this proposed ordinance, or suggesting the addition of language such as Helen Anthony proposed, which is adding the addresses and number of students living off campus at each off-campus address. Obviously, protecting the identity of the college students. We don't need to know who is living where. We just need to know where in the city they are living, so that the colleges can be held more accountable for the student body that they are responsible for. Any other thoughts or discussion on this matter?
I had a question. Are the units rented by the individual, or are they rented as a unit? And is there anything in the ordinance about that?
Well, I think there are probably different ways that that units are rented. I know that in some cases with some of the buildings in Elmhurst, there's a model where they're essentially renting by the bed to individuals, or they may be renting an entire building that could have 3 units to one group of people, 10, 12 people who come as a unit, but they end up living in separate dwelling units. So I think there are different arrangements that are made between the landlords and the tenants. I don't think it would matter with respect to this ordinance. This really gets at the occupancy as opposed to what the rental arrangement is.
I guess the councilwoman mentioned the anti-displacement and comprehensive housing strategy, and I feel it's kind of a worthwhile reference point for this. And I guess I wonder, maybe Bob, addressing this in that broader context. And I only ask it because that is a pretty comprehensive look at many of these issues. And while that issue does not show up or is maybe not as prominent as we're hearing here, the document does address the diversity or the unique issue that Providence has with many other New England cities of having a kind of abundance of 2 and 3 family houses, and actually identifies that as an issue, right? Identifies that creates both an opportunity for investment that might be attractive for lower income families, but also addresses the flip side of it being an issue for the reasons that we're seeing here. It also makes a series of recommendations that I think to some extent might be pertinent to what we're talking about, including the recommendation for a rental registry, which to some extent may also address some of the kind of compliance type issues that we're thinking about. And I guess in my mind, I'm not necessarily opposed to this, but think that a more comprehensive look at all of these issues and all of the kind of strategies that are recommended in there that I'm sure you're well familiar with might together help address this issue more comprehensively or holistically.
Sure, I can speak to that. So as we've discussed, the comprehensive housing strategy does recommend a number of different policy changes. Many of them are geared towards trying to produce new housing, and we've been talking about some of those, and we'll talk about some of those next month, specifically around new zoning tools that we can use to reduce barriers towards developing units. One of the issues as we look at increasing housing and increasing density is primarily we want this increase in housing density to be for affordable housing and to a certain degree owner occupancy and family housing. And student housing is can be at odds with that, and I think we have a lot of housing stock in this city that has been transformed from family housing and affordable, small A affordable, not subsidized, not deed restricted, but affordable in terms of market rate. It's been transformed into student housing. And a major reason for that is because student housing makes more money for the landlords because students are willing to pay more. And if you can convert dining rooms and living rooms into bedrooms in a way that students don't mind, but that families might not be comfortable with, you can make even more money. So I think what we see some of these policy goals and some of the strategies that we want to employ through zoning to be there could be negative unintended consequences if we can't address overcrowding of students and the market pressures that come with converting houses into student housing.
So I guess just as a quick follow-up, and maybe just addressing the question of whether something like the rental registry or some of the other strategies in that comprehensive housing strategy may either separately or in coordination with this policy change have a better effect than just this alone.
Yeah, so the rental registry, this would be requiring owners of rental properties to register their units with the city, and there would be inspections of these to look at minimum housing codes. It's a way of getting at substandard housing. It could certainly work to address some of the concerns that we heard tonight about substandard conditions, about maintenance conditions with properties. I will say that is a strategy that would require a considerable amount of resources to fund. We would need many more building inspectors than we have today. So that one, I would say, is while important, probably harder to implement than some of these other zoning tools that we're talking about.
Also, I think we're embarking on this comprehensive plan, and I think, defining a lot of the strategies in the anti-displacement and the housing study into the comprehensive plan language will be a part of our charge when we're investigating changes and discussing changes in this next iteration of that plan. I know that's one of our goals. We speak about it often, and I think adding more defined language about students and the areas of growth for students, as we know that they're going to continue to grow. Student population is and will continue to grow, just like the rest of the population, we hope. But having strategies for where that growth is appropriate. And I do like having more teeth. And I think as we're looking into further modifications of the comprehensive plan and the way that we deal with institutions, we can continue to think about that. And I'll implore the councilwoman and her colleagues as well to do the same. You guys have more interaction with the universities and colleges and educational institutions than we do. So we look for your help in that too, and ideas on how to skin that cat.
I think I want to make it clear. I think this is a wonderful beginning. I'm not trying to be difficult, but I tend to go along with Manuel, I think, and with you, that this is it's a beginning of a discussion for a strategy. And so I don't know if it's appropriate, but can we continue this? And
We can. We're making a recommendation based on zoning and comprehensive plan to the city council, which will then take action on it.
no, I
If we'd like
understand
further,
what I'm saying, can we just vote to continue this and just keep I'd be willing to be involved in a subcommittee. I mean, it's a very difficult thing for me. I'm very good friends with the counselor, but I just think it needs to be thought through more thoroughly. That's all.
I agree. I mean, this goes back to things that I've brought up several times. What is a family? Zoning doesn't adequately define that. What is intensification? What is density? We're not clear. We don't have one definition. This is saying we want to reduce density, meaning the number of students per unit, but not necessarily the density of the number of units per square mile. So without those, like I said before, my degrees in mathematics. I prefer language to be clear and unambiguous, like it is in mathematics. And if we have terms that are not clear and unambiguous, then I'm not sure what this enforces. Like, it seems to me, if you're student number 4 and it's, you're living with your girlfriend, and the city inspector comes, you're going to get bounced out of your place more quickly than the landlord would have to pay a fine, or the university gets in trouble. And I see this as a burden on the students more than on the landlords and on the university. So I'm not really sure. I understand the spirit of this. I just don't think that the letter and the spirit are
I'll take your thoughts, Bob.
Well, I appreciate, what I'm hearing. I think this is a really important debate to have. I think this is a very difficult situation. And I do think that there is shared responsibility here. I know what a lot of these houses look like. I would agree with some of the testimony that in general, the condition of buildings that house students is not as good as a lot of owner occupied property or family housing. I wouldn't say that that's a general rule, but it is the case with some places and with some landlords. I do think that there are examples of places where the fundamental character of the residential neighborhood has been changed. I would say for the most part, you see that in the neighborhoods adjacent to Providence College, but there are spots of that in and around Fox Point and College Hill when every single house on a street is occupied by nobody except college students. I do think that people move, as the neighborhood changes because they don't like the way that it's changing around them. I think that students, not all of them, but many of them behave in a way that's different than a lot of families, the hours they keep and so forth. I think it's appropriate to have some sort of reasonable regulation. And I think really it's a question of how far do you go? This particular ordinance does speak to the behavior of property owners when they're renting to students, but it also speaks to obligations of the colleges and universities who should not be let off the hook by any means. We know that this is a type of regulation that is legally sound because it was tested in the Supreme Court. Is it perfect? No. Will it be flouted by some landlords? No question about it. But will it over time perhaps change behavior because people want to follow the law? I think the answer is yes.
I don't know if you're saying that you already said in the staff report that the planning department supports this, and I think I do too, as a first step. I don't think it's perfect, but I also don't think we should throw out the baby with the bathwater on this one because it is a first step and it will enact some change at a very low cost and low impact to the city. And I think that's a good starting point, but I don't think the work is done on this. I think we do have to continue to discuss it.
I do want to make one point though. It seems like the evidence from the existing statutes shows that it stopped the encroachment into the single family neighborhood, into Elmhurst, right? It stopped investors buying houses in Elmhurst. It did not stop the further encroachment of those same investors into the area over by Vesey Street and on Admiral and Douglas. And so, I mean, it seems to me that it protected single family homeowners, but it did not protect the largely Black community around Providence College. from being displaced.
And is that the
So-
2 and 3 family houses? that
All
we're
the 2 and
speaking
3 family houses, if you go down on Admiral, every house on Admiral between Douglas and the North Providence border has, almost every single house has a Strive badge on the front.
of? So I believe that's what this specifically is targeting. The intent of this is to
But what I'm saying
target
is,
2 and 3
will
families.
this stop the number of buildings with students in them? Or this is gonna stop the number of students in a building. But will this address the number of buildings with students in them?
It will
Because
limit-
I haven't seen that.
It will limit the number of students that can reside in those buildings and therefore may make landlords less likely to buy them to.
Chris's point is that it might have actually accelerated or just moved it.
And so the question is, what is the limit on the cap on the amount a student at Providence College or Brown can afford for rent? So as long as they can say, hey, we can't have 5 of you guys in here, but we're not gonna lower the rent. So 3 of you will have to cover the same amount of rent. And I haven't seen any evidence that that is actually a thing. So this scares me because this just means more buildings with students in them. So a greater intensification of students and of students in buildings with students in it, not necessarily more students. So yes, there's less trash in front of the house and the landlord, but this is not going to stop investors. This does not address the investor problem at all. It doesn't even mention them. So it does not stop the investor problem. And until we can show that this is going to somehow affect their income, the investors' income, how would this stop the encroachment of these investors into the neighborhoods?
I guess I'd ask Kelly legally and mechanically how we as a body would even begin to do that.
This is a great policy discussion, really. I mean, I can't come up with on the fly how you would prevent, but I mean, this isn't a legal point, but what Christian is saying is valid.
Absolutely valid.
I don't know the answer how you would correct that unless you prohibit college students somehow from occupying any type of unit. But that's a totally different discussion.
I have ideas.
Yeah.
They're not ideas for this, right? But like the way tax treats rental income, a lot of these policies are 50 to 75 years old, right? And obviously things have changed and we haven't readdressed that. Like the city could easily tax profits of landlords. So if you raise the rent, you pay more taxes, period. I mean, there are other ways to do it that would address the direct problem of investors making money on this without this. This, I think, puts a lot of the burden on the city and on the students. And when the problem really is the universities drag their feet on creating enough housing for the students that they admitted, and then, and keeping up the upkeep of the housing, and then the investors are buying up these houses in the neighborhood. People are moving off the streets, and who are they selling the homes to? They're not saying, hey, I'm only going to sell the home to another family. They're selling the home to the investor because the investor sees the opportunity.
Investors also have accountants that can usually show that they're not making any money on it, even if they're raising the rents 100 times. So that's not the silver bullet either.
Chris makes an important point. That is.
Harry, could you just pull the mic
Yeah, I'm
closer to
sorry.
you? Pull it closer to you rather than moving towards it. So you can continue
I can't help
lounging.
it. I always move toward the enemy, Chris makes an important point, and that is, I believe that Brown, I don't know about RISD or Providence College or Johnson & Wales, but Brown now makes it quite difficult to get off-campus housing until you're in your 7th semester. They don't even talk about freshmen, junior, seniors anymore. 7th semester. That's for old timers like me, that's first semester of your senior year. And so it is clear that Brown is providing housing for more and more and more students. I mean, the 300 or 400 bed, two more dormitories are going up within, I don't know, 150, 250 feet of my house. And I think the universities at least, and Providence College is building a new dormitory, which we approved. So I think the universities are actually kind of going into the housing business. And I think they are trying to limit the number of students living, undergraduate students living off campus. And that's another point. The reason I'd like to continue this is to discuss also a difference between graduate students and undergraduate students. I think it's a tremendously important distinction in terms of how they live, what they do. I know certainly was in my case. And I think this is wonderful bones, and it just should be, we should review it very carefully. That's all.
I just want to speak to the matter of requesting a continuance. You know, for some of the members at this table, this is new, but for you, Harry, we've been around the block on this many times with lots of different iterations. I would prefer it if you took a position on this, and the council will take it up. They'll do what they do with your advice. I think there is some urgency on behalf of the councilwoman to move this forward to a public hearing at which it'll be further debated. I think that's going to happen whether you vote to continue this or not. So I would advise you to try to do your best to formulate something, if you know, whether it's to recommend approval, denial, or approval with conditions, or point towards some areas of further study that they should undertake.
And I want to remind everyone that we're here at a special meeting, and our dockets are not looking any shorter in the coming months. And that is because the amount of items that we have to review. So with that, I also, we can.
Just to add to that, if this is a matter of urgency, you can certainly add anything you want to a recommendation, all of your concerns. I'm sure that Bob can draft something that includes all of the discussion that was had, so that the council has, you know, consider this incremental legislation, I think, as the chair said.
And even if we're in support of the idea of this, and we give a positive recommendation with many caveats, or a negative recommendation with many ways to improve it, at least we're taking action on it.
My thought, just on Christian's point, is that it might backfire in the sense that it might drive the price of housing up by spreading the students around. So if we could add that somehow into the recommendation to be aware.
Data collection.
Well, I had a long time ago, I said we should somehow require information on the population trends from the university. So especially if we're going to do a new plan. Because if we don't know if they're going up or down, how many people they're putting in the community.
So I think I've written down 2 additional items that I'd like to include in this if we were to put a recommendation forward. And those would be under the 1910 Institutional Master Plan Development Review Plan procedure. And it would be, number 6 would be addresses and number of students living off campus to be provided to the city. And I think the council people in their appropriate wards, so that they know and they can address on an impactful basis. And then I would also like the institutions to set and report out their policies around student housing, when students are allowed to apply for student housing or off-campus living, excuse me, what procedures they have to go through, if and what fees are charged by the institution to allow for that living off campus. I think that's all relevant information for us to hear from each institution as they're presenting their institutional master plans.
With the number of students, I'd also like to see number of students off housing and by year too, right? So
yes,
if a school that allows you to live off campus all 4, then I'd like to see that, because then it may be, hey, let's discuss that policy with that university.
I agree. Data, it gets us to the point.
Yes. Yeah, I work in stats. So.
So I would be supportive of putting that forward. And again, with any other language we want to suggest to the city council, again, we're providing recommendations for city council to take, even if we deny or deliberate ad nauseum. They will do. They will have more deliberation. I believe it's at least two public meetings before a zone change can pass.
I'd like an impact study on, somebody should look at what it would look like if the same number of students get spread out into the city. I'd like to see that. I'd like to recommend that they ask for that.
I think that's a good recommendation as well.
I would make a motion. It just seems like a lot of things to include in it.
You could say
So moved, but
Yes.
After Bob said something or something like that,
That works. We've got.
So that's a motion, and we have a second on the table. Let's just take a yay or nay vote. All in favor, say yay. Yay. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Abstentions? All right, sounds like the recommendation with additional language passes, and we wish you luck, Councilwoman, as you continue to deliberate this, and we will also look for your input and continued support as we refine the comprehensive plan and language around this. Okay, with that, we will move to the second agenda item. It's a city council referral also. It's referral 3519 for 48 Marlborough Avenue. Petitioner is Joe Sanchez. Joanne, are you teeing this one up for us?
No. And Commissioners, a quick introduction. This is a request to rezone 48 Marlborough Ave from R3 to C1. It's zoned R3, but it's located just one lot away from Broad Street. And it's separated from Broad Street by lot 515. AP 45 lot 515, which is also owned by the applicant and operates as a retail business. And what the applicant wishes to do through this rezoning is to be able to expand the business to the subject lot. And so the applicants here, they can provide a little more detail on what they're planning to do.
If you wouldn't mind me interrupting just for a second. Many of you will know this is Sanchez Market on Broad Street. And I think as we'll hear from the representative of the applicant, the intention is not necessarily to expand into the lot that's being rezoned, but to expand into its current lot, but within a required setback from a residential zone. The intention is to keep the lot that's proposed for rezoning as a residence. But you may know that when you have a commercial zone up against a residential zone, there are required setbacks from that residential zone. So if the house is rezoned commercial, those setbacks would no longer apply and they could expand their business. Just wanted to make that clear. And with that, we have Joanna, maybe you could just introduce yourself.
Oh, yes, hi, my name is Joanna Tejada, and I'm working with Sanchez in regards to this request. And as mentioned before, it's exactly what they're looking to do. So the R3, which is a residential zone, they're looking to convert that into the C1 only for the purpose of allowing the store itself to extend a little bit out so that the produce area that they have within the store can become a little bit bigger, more accommodating for the customers. The business is doing very well. They have a lot of traffic going through, and basically that's all that they're looking for, to provide just a bigger business for the neighborhood itself. So again, it's not going to change. The home will remain. It's just extending the store itself, the property, which is the Sanchez Meat Market, a little bit onto, I guess it's end zone, being that the residential becomes a C1 zone. Now they will be able to make the lot a little bit bigger, or the building a little bigger.
Thank you. A question for Bob. The adjacent parcel on Broad Street, that is also zoned C1?
So yes, I'm going to, let me just pull this onto the screen here. Yeah. This is the market right here. And then this is the house right here that is proposed for the rezoning. So it would extend out, not as far down Marlborough Street as the zoning here. This is the Broad Street Synagogue.
Okay. So it's good context to see
And,
that.
and right here where this vehicle is parked, this is where they want to expand the business. This is not part of the building. These are sort of temporary cooler type buildings. These actually are encroaching into that setback. So technically, this shouldn't be there, but this rezoning would allow them to kind of infill this area here.
And if you look across the street, there's some similar zoning, and this, and like you said, this on Marlborough, it would actually not be as far into that residential street as on the adjacent street. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, it kind of zigzags in and out.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see if there's anyone here from the public to, or actually we should hear the staff report first.
Yep.
And then we'll have our deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you.
For commissioners, and you were able to see the zoning on the screen, and it mirrors the future land use map of Providence tomorrow, the comprehensive plan. And it shows that it's one where you have neighborhood commercial and medium density residential land uses located in proximity. And as the land use map of the comprehensive plan is not intended for parcel level analysis, we find that this zone change would be in conformance with the land use pattern depicted in the plan. And we find that rezoning the lot would be appropriate given the character of the surroundings, especially being in proximity to Broad Street. So based on that, we would recommend that you make a positive recommendation to the council, finding that it's not expected to negatively affect health, safety, and welfare, and is in conformance with the comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Choyan. All right, we'll start with the people in this room. Is there anyone here in the public that wish to speak on this matter? Seeing none, if you're joining us in the virtual world, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 if you're calling in. Okay, we have one person. We will. Haley, please state your name and address for the record, please.
Haley Bucky, I spoke earlier, 24 Evergreen Street in Providence.
Welcome again.
Thanks. I support this. I think it seems like smart land use, and it seems like it would help the market and help the neighbors who shop at the market have more space and maybe be more accessible. So I urge you to support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the virtual world that wants to speak on this matter?
Nobody else, Mr. Chair.
All right, with that, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. I think this one looks pretty straightforward to me. I see no reason to not.
I just had a question about the setbacks that we're dealing with.
Yes, sir.
So it would allow it to be built, to expand the building to the setback against the house there. So
Yeah, they would be able to, build to the lot line. And the house, there's a driveway just to the east of that lot line. So it wouldn't go right up to the house, it would go up to the driveway. There's a garage, there's kind of a garage there on the house lot.
Mhm.
Yeah, let me,
And then what then becomes a possibility of redeveloping that house?
so the house, from talking with the applicant, the intention is to preserve this house as is. I believe it's a 3-family house. But yeah, if this becomes C1, there is the possibility this could be redeveloped for a commercial use as well. But they would have to adhere to the 10-foot setback along this property line. This is currently non-conforming. So if they were to demolish and rebuild, they would be subject to those setbacks.
And as you saw, it's not inconsistent with the zoning up and down Broad Street, kind of zigzags, as Bob mentioned. Street. Yeah, can you pull up Google?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Look around the corner.
We haven't had that in a day or two, in a meeting or two.
I know. Last time I had it. So I spent a lot of time. This is one of the first stores I ever went to by myself.
That's good.
When I was a kid. So,
Here's the market here. There's the house.
So this is one of the first stores I was allowed to go to.
Sure. Try that again.
The lot line is like where the white truck is.
The lot line would be between where the Jeep is and where the white truck is.
Is it the same owner?
Yes.
Same owner of both properties.
So even if it were, I mean, I look at this not as it's currently planned by the current owners. If it were to change hands and be redeveloped, it would still end up with a C1 in a primarily C1 zone. It would increase the setback on that residential use lot to the abutting residential use.
Next to the abandoned synagogue.
Exactly. So I guess if there's no more discussion, it'd be time for a motion. Second. And I assume that's a positive recommendation to the zoning board with all the findings and facts listed out in the
City council.
city, yeah. All right. So moved. We have a second. Manuel, we'll do a voice vote.
Aye.
Noel,
Aye.
Harry,
Aye.
Christian,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Good luck. And we'll move right along to the next agenda item, which is also a city council referral. City council's been busy lately. This is referral number 3522, the abandonment of Penelope Place.
For commissioners, this is a request to abandon a portion of. So, yes, this is a request to abandon a portion of Penelope Place that you can see on the zoning map abuts land that is owned by the petitioner. And Penelope Place is a street that originates off of West Fountain Street. And it terminates in an area that is around a number of lots by different owners. So this abandonment would only apply to an area that is surrounded by land that is owned by the petitioner. And if the petitioner is present, they can tell us more about that.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, members of the City Planning Commission staff and members of the Planning Board, Planning Commission. My name is Seth Zarin. I'm a Providence resident, 31 Harrison Street, and a representative of the applicant. And I guess I'll explain a little bit what we're trying to do here. So that's right. Penelope Place is a funny little street that goes just to a couple houses and a few other properties in various ownerships. We have thank you. It's a helpful property map. So 27 Penelope is a house, a 3-family house that we own in common ownership with what we call 425 West Fountain Street, which is also includes the lot at 454 and the lot at 500. Collectively, that's 425 West Fountain Street, which is a retail strip with 6 retail spaces. And what we are proposing to do, if I can go ahead and share my screen, I can give you a little sense of the idea that we're trying to do.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, hold on. Just a sec.
Did it work?
Yeah, you're good. Yep.
Cool. So what we're trying to do here is, this is the existing condition. Here's 27 Penelope on the side, the backyard, and the front yard. And the idea that we've been exploring is to subdivide, to take, if we can get this land from the street, to create a proper parking area for the house, while also preserving circulation for the parking lot and making it so the house isn't sitting right on a parking lot. And this isn't a final subdivision plan. We'd work that out with DPW and our surveyors to figure out exactly what the plan is. I think the idea is just to approve abandonment of the street, and then however it gets subdivided, we'd work that out between our surveyors and DPW. But that's the idea.
Does anyone have questions for the applicant before we hear the staff report on this one? Okay, guess we'll hear the staff report. Thank you, Mr. Zarin.
And commissioners, as demonstrated by the petitioner, the area that surrounds this area that is proposed for abandonment is composed of land that's owned by the petitioner. So therefore, abandoning it would not be contrary to the public interest. We don't foresee a negative impact on existing or future land uses. And since the petitioner owns all the lots, there are no conflicts with other abutting landowners. No physical or legal access will be denied. It's unknown if any public services or facilities need to be protected, and in case that they need to do so, an easement will need to be provided. And a petition and plan have been provided showing the extent of the abandonment. So based on that, we find that they meet the criteria for street abandonment, and we would recommend that you make a positive recommendation to the City Council with the following conditions: that they apply for an administrative subdivision to merge the abandoned portion of the street with their property, and that they grant any necessary easements.
Okay, seeing that this is a public hearing, we will be looking for public comment at this time. If there is anyone in attendance here this evening who wishes to speak on this matter. I didn't see anyone on the sign-in sheet. I don't see anyone raising their hands. If you're here joining us remotely, please raise your virtual hand if you'd like to speak on this, or press *9 if you're calling in. Seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. Any thoughts or?
I guess the only question that I would have, it's such a curious little spot, and Choyon and the staff report address the question of the need for easements based on many utilities or whatnot. I guess an extension of that is access for, I just don't know how this impacts access for snow plowing and or garbage pickup and whatnot. So I guess to the extent that I think there are, and I saw them in the drawing as well, there are garbage cans there that none of this impacts the ability to provide those services, which obviously I think they would be impacted by. But I don't, otherwise I don't have an issue with this.
And I just have one question, like, why not abandon the whole end of the street here?
Yeah, it's a good question because it is this odd T-shaped street. It's almost like there was another right of way that went sort of east-west in that area. The simple answer is that this particular petitioner happens to own the property surrounding the left side of this T. And the other property owners have not joined with this petition. They would need to be parties to it in order for that to happen. And certainly it could happen down the line because I don't think the other part of that is serving any purpose. In fact, it appears to me as if someone has already appropriated it and is using it for a public purpose, for a private purpose. But I think the simple answer is because that's not what's in front of you. But if you could certainly advise the council to abandon the whole thing, they would have to get the concurrence of the property owners because this becomes a real estate transaction where the abutters actually buy the public right of way. So if the abutters,
Or they give up the rights and allow.
or they give up the rights and allow someone else to own
Yes.
it. Yeah.
But you're referring to just the portion.
Just the
that-
T part.
Yeah, the T portion, not the access to the.
Well,
I mean, I don't want to lose Penelope.
No, I think I would agree with you. I wouldn't want to lose that as well. And it's actually necessary to provide access to these houses. But in terms of this area,
It looks like it's already in use.
I think the
by-
first thing that the city could do is to tell this property owner to get off of our public right of way. And if you, but if you're interested, the city would be more than happy to sell it to you.
'Cause, I mean, I was more concerned about 23 here. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, they just add a front parking lot to it.
Yeah.
Like a little basketball court there, I think.
Sure.
Yeah, I would concur, and I'd be in support of a motion that recommends the abandonment of that whole T top. I guess we could call it a Penelope Place, considering that someone is getting beneficial use of city property right now for private use. I think we should compel them to start paying taxes on that.
Second.
All right, we'll go around. Manuel?
Aye.
Noel?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Christian?
Aye.
And I vote aye. All right, with that, and looking at the time, I know that we're losing Manuel. I think before we take up the last agenda item, we should take a short break. You want to take a 15-minute break? And then we'll head into the last agenda item. Yeah. Okay, we are all back. We will reconvene this special meeting of the Providence City Plan Commission. And we will go directly into agenda item number 4. It is a minor land development project, case number 22-008MI. It's 153 to 165 Gano Street. Which one of you is taking this? Mr. Azar.
Yes. Okay, this is a proposal for 4 apartment buildings, each to be built on a separate lot. The applicant came before you several months ago to subdivide this property into 4 lots. Each of these will have about 35 units, total of 133 apartments. They will, each of the buildings will have subterranean areas of parking. Although, because these lots are each under 10,000 square feet, there is no parking requirement, but they are proposing to provide 68 spaces. The buildings are each 5 stories tall, and this is in the C2 zone where there is a height limit of 4 stories and 50 feet. These buildings, as I mentioned, will be each 5 stories, and the heights will range from 53 to 57 feet as measured from average grade. Average grade means that at each corner of the building, you take a spot grade, you average that, and then it's the distance to the top of the building. So you might have some areas of the building that would be higher than the 53, 57 feet, but other areas that are lower depending on where you stand around the building. So I think that's a pretty good introduction, and I think we could turn it over to the applicant and they can take it from here.
Attorney Garrahy.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, John Garrahy on behalf of the applicant, Power 250 LLC. I noticed that some of the documents talk about, as an initial matter, Coastway Management being the owner or the applicant. In both cases, Power 250 LLC is the owner and the applicant, just to be clear about that for the record. Mr. Chairman, we have our principal, which is on remote, and maybe you could bring him in as a participant, and I believe Peter Casali is on as well.
Absolutely.
They can be joined as a participants.
So who am I promoting here? Is it Dan?
Bauman?
Oh, Bauman, okay. And am I also going to promote Dan? Okay. All right, so Bauman, and then Dan, and then I see Peter Casali.
And Peter, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Chairman, if I may start out, I got myself an education about this location in Gano Street, and I've lived in Providence all my life, basically. And Gano Street has been kind of a little bit of a foster child of the city of Providence. It's been kind of some commercial, Dunkin' Donuts. Not really, despite the fact that it faces the Seekonk River and that Gano Park is there, which is a tremendous amenity for the city, and that 195 provides a primary artery out into Gano Street and into the rest of Fox Point and the east side of Providence. I would suggest to you that it's been underdeveloped and underutilized. And I think this project and other projects that are proposed over there are going to make it really a vital artery for the city of Providence, with some residential living for the amenities that are already there. I think it's a great area. It faces the Seekonk. I think for too long, the Seekonk River, where Roger Williams came to shore. If you look at the city seal, you'll notice that that's where the Roger Williams came to shore, and the city was founded in 1636, I think. In any event, it's an important landmark for the city, which has been kind of underutilized. And I think this project and other projects are going to recognize that this is an important part of the project. And I think to give some credit to the Seekonk River, which for too long, those buildings have been facing inward and not outward. And this is going to provide some tremendous scenic views of that area. So if I can just give you a brief explanation of our presentation. I know you've had a long meeting already, and we're going to try to be brief. I know there may be some people on here as well. So we're going to try to be brief and more take questions, frankly, if we can. But what we're going to do is we're going to have Joe Casali present with respect to the engineering part of this project. We're going to have Mark Rapp do the architectural part, and then let me make sure I got the name. Herman Petrolta is the senior traffic engineer who's going to deal with transportation issues. And at some of our pre-meetings, we've talked about transportation issues, management issues with respect to this site because of the nature of the site. No parking, as you know, is required for this site because it's the C2 zone and each lot is less than 10,000 square feet. However, we are providing 68 parking spaces in a structure. And as a result of providing that structured parking, we're entitled to the extra, we can apply for 2 extra stories of height. We are applying for 1 as a result. So other than that request for the extra story as a result of the structured parking, this is a fully compliant project with respect to the zoning ordinance, and also fully compliant as a result, therefore, with respect to the comprehensive plan. So we're happy to be here to make this presentation to you and you know, to hope that you will make those positive findings under section 806 of the regulations. But I suggest to you that because it's fully compliant with the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance, that those findings and your staff report is made is possible. So if I can, Joe Casali and Dan is going to help with the presentation on the remote as well as before you. So Joe, you may want to introduce yourself and Dan.
Good evening, members of the commission. Mr. Chairman, just for the record, my name is Joe Casali. I'm a registered professional engineer with offices at 300 Post Road in Warwick. As Attorney Garrahy said, I'd like to quickly, Mr. Chairman, just go through the PowerPoint presentation highlighting all the civil aspects. Our architect, Mark Rapp, is here to go into some of the architectural details, and also Herman Peralta from Beta will follow up with some of the traffic and parking, which I know is a key issue. So if I may, Mr. Chairman, just in terms of where we are in the community, 195 Gano Power, and that's the subject parcel. Respectfully, it was once 4 lots, it's specifically Assessor's Plat 14, lots 272, 273, 29, and 576. Together, they're about 33,000 square feet. Entirely in your C2 general commercial district. Looking closer at the parcels, some of the buildings that were once there, as you know, have already been demolished. There was a former apartment building at 163 Gano. There was a small commercial building at 175, a commercial building at 159. And was the applicant's intent to administratively combine all of these lots into one parcel, which we have today. You'll see that it abuts your open space zone, being the park right to the east. There also it's entirely in our C2 zone, but there's also the R2 zone to the west and R3 zone to the north. We are cognizant of the 10-foot residential setback that we need to be away, being in a dissimilar zone. So the applicant, we have recorded this administrative subdivision in what we call parcels A, B, and C. They're roughly from about 7,500 square feet to about 9,000 square feet. And all four of the buildings will encompass each one of those respective lots. We address-wise from 153 Gano to 157, 161, and 165. They're all relatively the same size within plus or minus 10 square feet. All of them are 5-story and 35-unit apartment buildings. And I'll let Mark get deeper into the architectural, but in terms of civil engineering, you can see that while, as Attorney Garrett, he said, while parking is not required, we have made provisions within the buildings for a total of 68 total parking spaces. Different buildings have different layouts, anywhere from 13 to 21 spaces, but in totality, 68 spaces. We are putting areas in each one of the basements for bicycle storage. We understand that 27 spaces are required, which we are providing. You see some of the layouts. This is a mix of 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and studios. Some have gardens, some do not. So in terms of the apartment breakdown for 153 Gano, you'll see that there's 16 1-bedroom, 8 2s, and 4 studios. And then for the other ones, they're more homogeneous in that there are 21 bedrooms, 10 2s, and 5 studios, 35 units apiece. Again, just looking at the elevations, as staff said, Mr. Babizar, roughly around 52 feet, different measurements as we proceed through. You see the southern elevation, an eastern elevation, and a northern elevation. In terms of the parking, this is the basement floor plan, which you'll see that we'll be able to have parking in each one of the buildings. And then we'll be able to have the cars move in and out throughout. There's a foundation. That building is going to be designed where we'll have a retaining wall on that eastern side to accommodate the change in grade. And then again, per your code, while there's no requirement in the C1 and C2 districts for these size lots, we are providing 68 spaces, 4 of which will be ADA accessible. And again, in terms of the bicycle calculations, the 133 dwelling units, 1 per 5 unit, leads to 27 spaces being required. We were able to craft in about 40 spaces. They are split up within the different buildings so that everybody has not only parking, but handicap parking as well as bike access. In terms of other site amenities, there's sidewalks that will encompass the west and southern faces. We do have a landscaped area. We've met with the city forester, or former city forester, about preserving some landscape treed and well areas that will give us our canopy coverage. We want to take advantage of that 10-foot separation into the residential zone and put some of our private garden areas there. These are transformer pads that we have scribed in for utility services and respective electrical easements for such. In terms of water, you know, it's great to be in the city and that we have services everywhere. We have a Providence water main 8-inch ductile line that'll give both domestic and fire protection to each one of the buildings. So each building will have its own separate domestic service and its own separate fire protection. In terms of sewer, we do have a sewer line that runs along power. And we also have an existing sewer main that's within Gano. We'll be tying into the existing 18-inch main with very conventional gravity type sewer services. In terms of drainage, we were fortunate enough to have a city owned drainage line right outside our front door. So we will not be discharging any stormwater into a Bay Commission CSO. Everything will be taken care of with roof gardens, and all of the water the storm water will connect into that main As you know, Mr. Chairman, we're required to attenuate peak runoff rates from the different storms, which this design will do. And we've committed to treating 100% of the water quality versus the 50% required. And we'll be able to do that with these size rain gardens. You can see the discharge rates are reduced in every one of the storms, as well as the volume. And in terms of permitting, we're here before you tonight, as Attorney Garrett, he said, for our preliminary plan. We currently have applications filed with the city engineer and the traffic division, continual coordination with the forester, the Bay Commission for our sewer tie-in, Providence Water for water tie-in, and respectfully asking for the final plan to be delegated to the administrative staff. I know that was a lot. I'm not sure if you want ask questions of me now, or have our architect go through the architecturals, and maybe traffic engineer as well. Hopefully we can address some of the comments we anticipate through our monologue.
Are there any other state approvals that you're required to obtain for this project?
No, there's no DEM approval because of the nature of the drainage, and nothing in terms of DOT. So it is odd not to have any state approvals for a project this size, but it's you know, site specific and none are needed, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
So why don't I turn this over to Mr. Rapp, our architect, and we all will be here, of course, Mr. Chairman, with some questions.
So, Mr. Chairman, I do have the resumes of Mark Rapp and Herman Grover, the traffic engineer, which I would present. Mr. Sully is a registered engineer, and I asked if it's appropriate that they be recognized as experts in their respective fields.
We're hearing this as a planning board, not as a unified, correct?
That's correct.
So normally our practice is not to accept
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
experts unless needed for something.
Good evening. My name is Mark Rapp. I'm the architect for the project, and I think Mr. Casali did a great job explaining the overall scope, scale, and unit count. What I'll do is I'll quickly talk about some of the architectural features we worked with the city through the process here. We have met all the zoning and building requirements for the project in height, setback, transparency, and fenestration. What we've tried to do is, if you could go to the, let's go back to the rendering, be the easiest thing, is there to look at that. There. We've articulated the entrances are all on Gano Street. Entrances to 3 buildings are on Gano Street, and the entrance to 153 Gano is on Power Street. But we did that to, as required by zoning, and we've articulated the stairway, the elevator tower, and the bays on Gano Street to provide a variety along the street. What is hard to see in these renderings is that each entrance has a projecting overhang, and then a projecting bay on floors 2 and 3. And we have projecting bays going on the north and south sides of the building. If you go around to the rendering around the back towards the east side there, you'll start to see that this is the view up Gano, but here's the entrance to the parking area from Power Street. What we've done is, and Mr. Peralta will explain this later, that's the entrance to the parking, access to the parking below the building. It's 24 feet wide for both entrance and exit, and it'll be controlled with a card reader, so only those with a space are allowed to go in there for parking. And what that does is we've curved the base of the building a 20-foot radius to provide easy access visually when you come out of the building to see up north towards Power Street. And with that, we've given up 2 parking spaces to do this to provide easier accessibility. So the gate actually sits back in the building about 20 feet, so it's not exactly on the sidewalk. We're also going to build that sidewalk along Power Street, which doesn't exist, and put in the street trees along there. And then to the east side of the building, we worked with the city forester and the Parks Department to solve some problems. They have one large tree, which is diseased, which they want removed, and we're going to replace it with 2 other large trees. So that's somewhat the view of the trees, and the existing concrete bleachers will remain for now as the buildings step up the site. So architecturally, we have a mix of horizontal cementitious siding and vertical cementitious siding. And then on the east side, you'll see the 2-bedroom apartments all have balconies facing the river. So to make those units unique. The flat roofs we have We're going to use for both stormwater management. About 40% of the roof is for a green roof. We have a small area for all the utility condensers. And we also got a proposal from Newport Renewables to put a 23 kilowatt solar array on each of the buildings to provide electrical power back to the grid. We got one proposal from them, and due to the size of the project, National Grid, Rhode Island Energy considers it one project, even though it's 4 separate buildings. So they fix the rate and how it all works in Newport. But so we're trying to use the flat roof for more than just collecting rainwater. So that's the overall of the architecture. I think I'll let Mr. Peralta explain the traffic.
A couple quick questions
Yep.
for you. Do you have any encroachments with those overhangs onto the
Yes.
public right of ways? Are
We
you
do.
going to be taking the appropriate steps
Yes.
to get approval for those?
Application DPW for that, yes.
Thank you. And is there any pedestrian notification at the exit of the parking structure? That is a public park that is shared with that street. I worry about pedestrians traversing that area.
We can do that. I think we have to look at it electronically, how that works with the exit gate. If someone exits the parking garage, the gate goes up, there could be a warning light and a signal that says there's a car coming. I mean.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, Herman Peralta is a senior traffic engineer with Beta Engineering. And let me just address before he talks about, we've taken very seriously this transportation management issue. So this is an apartment, Providence is becoming a big city. And it's going to be a dense piece of property, and there's not any parking required, although we are providing 68 parking spaces. So the staff has indicated to us that we should look seriously at alternatives with respect, because all of the parking spaces will be used, and there may be some excess cars that need to be going to other places or alternate forms of transportation. So we've taken that very seriously, and Herman is going to explain what we've done, but we've looked at alternate locations, which we've talked about. We've made clear that in all leases with respect to the parking, that there will be no parking, and it will be a default under the lease if they continuously park in that space, and they're going to be towed by the operator of this facility if in fact they park in the park. There are 12 parking spaces right there. So we're going to take that very seriously, that's not a place for people to park here. We've also looked at alternatives, zip cars, RIPTA transportation. I don't want to steal your thunder, but I just want to talk about what we've done and looked at alternatives. So we've taken that extremely seriously, both with respect to the traffic, which Herman's going to explain to you, and with respect to parking and alternate transportation issues. So let me just turn it over to Herman to give a brief overview, first with respect to parking, and then with respect to other transportation management issues.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Herman Peralta. I'm a senior traffic engineer with Beta Group, office at Lincoln, Rhode Island. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state. So what I'd like to do is actually, I don't know if the board would be interested, the commission's interested in discussing the traffic impact study report, unless we want to go straight to parking and the transportation demand management plan.
I think we'd like to hear a summary of it at a high level.
Okay, so let's discuss the traffic impact study report first, and then I'll discuss the parking, and then go into the transportation demand management plan. So in order to assess the potential traffic impacts of the proposed development, the following task was completed as part of the study. First, we did an inventory of the physical roadway characteristics of the servicing roadways. That includes Gano Street and Power Street, as it relates to safety and operations. We collected traffic data, including manual turn moving counts, automatic traffic recorder counts, and also record traffic data from RIDOT. We also obtained crash data information from the Providence Police Department to see if there's any safety issues within the project area. And then we estimated the trips that will be generated by the proposed residential development using the IT trip generation manual. And finally, we analyzed the existing and future build conditions and made recommendations for mitigation if necessary. Just so briefly, just discussing the existing conditions. As Mr. Catali pointed out earlier, the site is located on the northeast corner of the intersection of Power Street and Gano Street. The site has 3 existing buildings, which will be raised as part of the development. Land use in the immediate area can be described as high-density residential properties along the westerly side of Gano Street, including off intersecting side streets, with commercial properties on the westerly side. So Gano Street will serve as a primary access to the site, with Power Street providing immediate local access. So relating to the safety analysis part of the study, we investigated the safety around the area, specifically the stopping site distances at the study intersection of Power Street and Gano Street, including the site driveway intersection of Power Street. So based on our investigation, both study intersections provide more than adequate stopping site distances. Relating to the crash analysis, we determined that within a 3-year study period between 2017 and 2019, there was 2 crashes, which both occurred at the intersection of Power Street and Gano Street. Both were angle collisions that can be attributed to inclement weather. So based on the crash analysis and also the roadway geometry, there is no significant safety issues within the project area. Just briefly going over the trips and operations for the project. Again, we use the IT trip generation manual to determine the estimated site trips for the development. And based on the data from the trip generation manual, we estimated less than 60 trips during both the morning and afternoon peak hours. Now, it's important to note that that's a conservative number. We did not take into consideration, number one, its close proximity to a bus stop, which is a 3-minute walk west of the site, and the fact that the site is within a 1.5-mile radius from the Kennedy Plaza Transit Center and also the Amtrak station. And we also did not take into consideration the transportation demand management plan, which I will discuss a little bit later. So based on the low volumes that's serviced on Power Street, that very short section of Power Street, and in combination with the site trips that will be generated by the proposed development, there will be a very minor traffic impact on the servicing roadways, including at the defined study intersections are reviewed for this project.
So let me just ask you a couple of questions about that. So you took into consideration the amount of apartments that are going to be here, the amount of people that are going to be having cars, and the amount of cars that are going to be leaving at peak time.
Correct.
And your determination is that and I know you've done it from a study analysis, but when they come out onto Gano Street from Power Street, because all the parking is off of Power, correct?
Right.
That there'll be minimum impact on traffic on Gano Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And why is that based on your analysis?
Well, that section of Power Street, again, it's very short. It only services one business and also our site and in the Gano Park. So during AM and PM peak hours, the Gano Park does not generate any trips. So it's only pretty much our site generating a lot of the trips. But again, it's very low volume, and we anticipate only about 1 to 2 vehicles queuing at the Power Street westbound approach to turn left into Gano Street. And that's the reason why the level of service is where it is, which is level service E. There is a little bit of delay, but again, there's no congestion at the intersection because there's only about 1 to 2 vehicles waiting to turn left into Gano Street during peak periods.
So you're saying that the decrease in the level of service is primarily
due to extended delay
and impacting your development?
Correct.
Not Gano
Yes.
Street to
Yeah.
Surface Street.
But again, the queuing is only 1 to 2 vehicles at that westbound approach. There's no congestion. Anytime outside the peak periods, the intersection operates efficiently.
So there's a traffic control device at the intersection of Gano and Powers. They're not already there?
Right. There is stop control on Power Street on both approaches, and there is a flashing signal. This is just to emphasize the presence of the intersection indicating the drivers are permitted to cautiously drive through the intersection on Gano Street. And then for the side street on Power Street, this is to emphasize the stop control, again, on the Power Street eastbound and westbound approaches.
So there'll be no need for any further enhancement to put a red light there to speak, as opposed from the device that's there, which is flashing red on Power and a flashing yellow on Gano. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's actually supported by the crash data. Again, the two crashes were attributed to inclement weather, not necessarily the intersection's geometry.
Have you had any discussions with the city about that?
With the city regarding?
You have recommendations for signalizing that intersection or?
No, we're not recommending to signalize it. It's already signalized now with a flashing red beacon for the Power Street and a flashing yellow.
I understand that's your
Yes,
findings.
we've had discussions with city engineer, traffic engineer about that signal being sufficient as it is.
Yes, it's
Correct?
sufficient as it is.
That's what I was asking. Thank you.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about signalizing the intersection fully.
Any way to add for peak times, when traffic actually backs up to Pittman Street.
Harry, can you speak into your microphone, please?
Is there any way to get an additional passing lane or some room where somebody does want to turn into Power Street to go to your project? It will not cause the traffic to back up northerly. I mean, and is anything that could be done? I know there's no great room, but boy, it would be great if you could think about some way so the traffic would keep moving south.
Just to keep in mind that the site trips are mostly going to be going to and from the south. So it's going to be a very low volume taking a left into the site.
Well, I know, but to get here today for this 4:45 meeting, I always use Ave Street because I know it'll take me forever to get here you know, I just happen to live, I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm just saying, boy, if there was a way for somebody to just pull into a middle lane and have to, without having to stop the traffic flowing behind him, it would be.
Well, based on, yes, I understand. Based on our analysis, there's little to no delay taking a left into Power Street into our site. Because again, it's very low volume on that section of Power Street.
I know, but it's a big volume on.
Correct.
Gano.
But from our analysis, we're looking at less than 3 or 4 seconds waiting to turn left into Power Street. So that's going to be very negligible in congestion in Gano Street. What the issue is Gano Street is heavily traveled, not necessarily the left turn into Power Street.
Well, my advice is use Ives when possible.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not gonna fight with you.
I don't think there's room to expand the street over there, I would suggest, so.
No, if there was some way to steal just about 6 or 8 feet, that's all.
So one of the recommendations that the staff has made after a 6-month period of operation is to review the traffic management techniques. So I think that's a good good recommendation as a condition of it, so that if there is issues such as you talk about after the opening of it, and that there is a significant, then we will evaluate measures to be able to relieve those controls. Traffic engineer doesn't think it's going to be a significant at this point concern, but if there are those concerns, we're going to evaluate them after the operation begins.
Which I'll discuss in a little bit. So so relating to the parking, as Mr. Casale had pointed out, Mr. Gary, we are providing 68 parking spaces on site. Access to the internal parking will be provided on Power Street with no access on Gano Street. In fact, the project will be closing 3 existing curb cuts along Gano Street, which will reduce the number of conflicting points on Gano Street, providing safer access on Gano. So we understand.
Let me just add to that, if I want. There's some parking spaces. They may not be totally legal, and opposite the project on Power Street. that the city traffic engineer has looked at and is going to be able, is going to change those parking spaces for more, how would you call it? They're in the
Angled.
street, but they're going to be angled,
Angled.
at a different angle.
Yep, it will be angled the opposite way in order to provide a wider width along Power Street. So, you know, we understand that the 68 parking spaces may not be, may not meet the demand. However, my discussion with the owner, his experience suggests that apartment complexes within the city typically sees half the demand for parking spaces in relation to the number of apartment units. So for this apartment complex of 133 units, the demand typically would be about 66 parking spaces.
Let me just emphasize that point. And Brahman Johar, who's on with us, as you know, has several developments, apartment developments in the east side and in this area. His experience tells us that 50% of people that occupy his projects do not have cars. That's his experience based on other projects. And because this is going to service the east side and the Brown University campus, essentially, it's hoped that people that live here would not have the need for cars and be able to use alternate transportation services. So while there is some concern that everybody may not have a parking space at this complex, that's going to be alleviated by the fact that some do not have that. And I'm going to suggest with respect to the parking at this location is what we're going to do is that the parking spaces are going to be charged separately from the rent. So essentially, if you need a parking space here, you're going to have to pay for it. And the point of that is that everybody is going to have an assigned parking space from day one. So that, and they're going to have to find either alternative parking spaces if they do not want to pay for them at the complex, or if they're not going to have a car. So that there's not going to be a situation where people are going to come to the apartment complex, as I develop sometimes when I go different places at night, and essentially you don't know that you're not going to have a parking space, and then you're going to go and park illegally or park someplace. So essentially, the strategy here with respect to parking is that everybody they're either going to have a paid parking space at this location, they're not going to have a car, or they're going to have alternatives with respect to the parking, so that they're going to know at the time that they lease the place up as to whether or not they're going to have parking spaces. The other parking alternative is that we've talked to the property down the street, the dentist's office, and we're in negotiations with them to have night parking. So the thought would be that the parking there would be used for the dentist in the day, and that we would rent or utilize some of those parking spaces, I think 24 at the adjacent. Hopefully we can do that. We're negotiating to be able to do that, to have some additional parking spaces there. Herman, you want to talk also about off-street parking, and there are permits available in this area.
Sure, just to reiterate what Mr. Gary is talking about regarding to additional parking that may be needed for the development. So again, the owner is in current negotiation with the adjacent property to the north for overnight street parking. It would be a lease agreement for an additional 24. I've also coordinated with Liza Farr, who is the curbside administrator. She had done a parking analysis within the surrounding area, and there is potentially up to 62 additional overnight street parking in the surrounding area. Again, this overnight street parking the permit will be approved subject to the DPW's review of the TDM plan, which is a Transportation Demand Management Plan. So let me get into
that's on the opposite side of Gano Street?
That's opposite of Gano Street, correct. So let me get into the transportation demand strategies. So again, the sole purpose of the transportation demand management is to reduce the single occupancy vehicle trips, thus also reducing the need for parking spaces. So again, Mr. Jalili, the owner, is willing to implement a TMD plan, and for a TMD plan to be implemented, a TMD coordinator will be assigned. That person would oversee the TDM program, will also be responsible for implementing all aspects of the TDM program. That coordinator will also be the main point of contact with the city of Providence in relation to the TDM program. So the first TDM strategy that we are looking to do was already explained earlier. It's 40 bicycle racks within the garage. These are secured and sheltered. The second is the owner is willing to subsidize RIPTA passes. So this is giving residents subsidized RIPTA membership passes and for fares.
And the RIPTA bus stop is located up our street, 3-minute walk, is that correct?
Yes, at the intersection of Power Street and Ive Street.
And is that a typical for someone that takes the bus generally, is that a typical distance for someone to walk the 3 minutes or?
That's correct. Anything within a half-mile radius would be typical for a transit-oriented development. It's also, I think, important to note that RIPTA has reduced fare programs. Qualified low-income seniors and persons with disabilities get a 2-year free pass. In addition, they also have reduced fares for seniors and persons with disabilities, regardless of their income level. And also, they also have reduced fare passes for students. So the third strategy that the owner is willing to implement is subsidized zip car membership. This could be used as an individual zip car or as a ride share with 3 or 4 people that lives within the same resident. The number of zip cars would be coordinated with the curbside administrator. She has the discretion of where the zip cars would go. But I think we would anticipate a minimum of 2 zip cars parked along Gano Street and then 1 on site. The numbers may be increased as demand warrants it. The location of the zip cars again will be coordinated with the public will be within the public right of way and will be coordinated with Liza Farr. I think it's also worth to mention that Uber and Lyft is available within the city. Again, that can be used as an individual ride or sharing a ride with other people. And the fourth strategy that we would like to implement is subsidized e-bikes and e-scooters. That's already implemented within the city. Similar to zip cars, the number of e-bikes and e-scooters will be coordinated with the city and SPIN, which is currently the only authorized company to operate within the city's right of way. Though 2 more companies are on the way. Again, similar to zip cars, the number of e-bikes and e-scooters may be increased as demand warrants. These e-bikes and e-scooters would be available all year round. Just one thing to note regarding any subsidized TDM measures, it will only be available for residents that doesn't have a vehicle. I think Mr. Gary had touched upon this earlier regarding separating the monthly rent from parking fees. So that's what we call unbundling. That's to incentivize the residents to to use other modes of transportation other than a personal vehicle. And lastly, well, actually not lastly, but I think more importantly, we're going to implement a TDM marketing and awareness campaign. This is to that would include posting transit opportunities and incentives in project marketing materials and website. The TDM program information will be included in resident welcome kits and in residential common areas. And lastly, the TDM program information, we will offer sessions for residents. And lastly, there will be a site traffic monitoring post-construction of the development as the the traffic engineer, Mr. Nate Orso had recommended. We will do that. That includes, a post-construction traffic report. It includes data collection, another crash analysis, and then operational analysis.
This is probably not a question for you, Mr. Gary. You can direct it to the correct person. Operationally, how does the tandem parking work in a building like this? If you have one person from one apartment renting one space and one from another renting another space behind or in front of, I'm just Just curiosity.
And Julie told me, because he has some experience with that, I think that you coordinate with neighbors or whatever, depending on how you do it. You have, that you'll have to be able to call them up or get their phone number or something, that type of thing. But
Not under our purview, just absolutely curious.
We can discuss that further with the owner. I mean, we can even have an option having maybe an attendant within the parking lot.
Regarding the traffic engineer and his recommendation to have a traffic study, what happens when the study says that it's deficient? What kind of teeth does this approval, should it be approved, have to make sure that you implement whatever recommendations are put forth by the traffic engineer at that time?
Right. Once we do the post-construction traffic report, again, we'll look at volumes, we'll look at crash, and then based on that, we'll come up with a recommendation to try to mitigate any issues within the area.
But what compels the owner to actually do that? He's already going to have a certificate of occupancy. He's already going to be leased up. He's already going to be occupying.
I guess you could make it a condition.
I believe that's a condition of approval.
Condition of approval.
Would be.
For the planning staff, there is a condition of approval.
It would be similar to an operation and maintenance program. And if they violate it, the administrative officer would send out a citation. There would be fines and other relief as the city requests. So it would have teeth.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I do have, the owner has collected 34 signatures of support for the project, which their names, I gather he collected them. And I'd like to submit them at 34.
Please make sure you're speaking into the microphone.
I'm sorry. So the owner collected 34 signatures of support from owners in the surrounding area. So I'd like to have those as part of the record if I could.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else presenting on behalf of?
No, I think that's it, unless we're happy to answer any questions you have, but I think that's our presentation.
Okay, commissioners, do you have any questions of the applicant before we release them and go to the staff report? We always reserve the right to call them back if needed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. All right, with that, let's hear the staff report. We'll open up to public comment and we'll go from there. Wow. Your client misspelled my name.
I spelled it.
Oh, it's quite all right. That's okay. It's an easy one to misspell.
I can present the staff.
Sure, thank you.
All right, so our staff report walks through a description of the project, and it speaks to how it conforms to zoning. And as has been discussed, this project is the use proposed here, which is multifamily residential, is allowed in this zone by right. And the project largely complies with the regulations of the C2 zone. The one issue that is not in compliance is the height, but you have the authority to grant a dimensional adjustment from the height restriction. You actually have the authority to grant an extra 2 stories, not to exceed 24 feet. But in this case, they're asking for 1 story and up to roughly 7 feet extra height. So turning forward to the findings, according to the future land use map of Providence tomorrow, the comprehensive plan, this is an area intended for neighborhood commercial and mixed use development. Multifamily development fits squarely within that land use designation. Provision of housing would also conform to objective H2 of the plan, which encourages creation of new housing in the city. With respect to compliance with the zoning ordinance, as stated previously, this largely complies with the use and dimensional regulations, also with the design regulations for the C2 zone. With respect to landscaping, it appears that this will meet the landscaping requirement. They've indicated compliance. We would suggest that final landscaping plan is subject to the city forester's approval, especially because the trees they are proposing would be largely planted in the public right of way or on public land. We don't expect that there would be a significant negative environmental impact. In fact, as testified to, it appears that they will improve environmental conditions with respect to stormwater runoff. Buildable lot, there are no physical constraints that would impact this development. The lots conform to the dimensional requirements of the zoning ordinance. And with respect to street access, this has adequate vehicular and pedestrian access from Gano and Power Street. We do think that there should be a reconfiguration of the parking spaces on the south side of Gano Street, which have been striped. I'm sorry, on Power Street. Those spaces have been striped, not by the city, but apparently by a budding property owner, striped in a way where where vehicles could protrude out into the roadway. So should this be approved, even if it isn't approved, the city will be reconfiguring those parking spaces to allow for adequate width of the roadway of Power Street. Our recommendation is that you approve, first that you approve the dimensional adjustment for the height, finding that the applicant will provide structured parking. That is one of the amenities that the zoning ordinance lists as making a project eligible for a height adjustment. Second, the applicant shall implement a TMP, that is a transportation management plan, that will reduce the reliance on vehicle parking to the satisfaction of the DPW for the granting of the overnight on-street parking permits that they might be requesting. Three, the applicant shall include an enforcement plan to ensure that no parking occurs in the public park with the final plan submission. Four, per the traffic engineer, the applicant shall submit a traffic study that includes an accident analysis, peak hour turning movement counts, and peak hour vehicle queue counts at the Gano and Power Street intersection, no earlier than 6 months and no later than 1 year from full occupation. The applicant shall implement any measures required by the engineer. Number five, the final landscaping plan shall be subject to approval of the city forester. Number six, the validity of the preliminary plan approval should be extended to 1 year from the date of recording of this approval letter. Again, these preliminary plans have a validity of 90 days per statute. You can extend that. 90 days is almost always too short a time in order to file for final plan. So that's why we always recommend that 1 year extension. And finally, final plan approval should be delegated to DPD staff.
Just in hearing the discussion from the traffic engineer regarding the traffic management plan, I would suggest, first of all, it's your first time seeing one of these. Perhaps the solicitor's office should take a look at the final traffic management plan to make sure it has all of those bells and whistles to make sure it's enforceable. And then the other things that the traffic engineer has suggested should also be included, not just the overnight on-street parking.
I agree with both of those. What about having the report delivered not just to the traffic engineer, but to the deputy director of planning to report back to the planning board?
Sure.
We don't often see these. They'll help us
Yeah.
You know, learn from them and see what impact they have and what actions are taken. Okay. So we do, before we open this up to public comment, I'm again going to remind us of the 2 minutes time frame for each person to comment on this. We do have a number of letters, both in support and opposed to this project, that have been delivered to either Choyan or the planning department and disseminated to us. We've received those. So if you've written a letter, we ask that you just quickly summarize again what you've written. We have received them. They are a part of the record. And in addition, Attorney Gary did drop off a stack of letters of support from both residents and business owners in the area. And with that, we have a sign-in sheet. We'll start with that. Open up the public comment. Mr. Gary, I assume that you're not.
All set. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Then we'll move right along to Marissa Desatel. Thank you. It's neat handwriting. It's just condensed. Very. You look like you have prepared remarks, so we'll see if we can go over 2 minutes for you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Commission. The first thing I was going to address was this 2-minute limit. I do have 7 objections that I'd like to put on the record tonight. Each of them are about a minute or a minute and a half, so I would ask for some additional time to make sure that my client's objections are part of the record.
We'll take them one at a time. We'll keep going, and
I appreciate that.
please stay as concise as possible.
And my name is Marissa Desatel. I represent Philly Investments located at 225 Waterman Street, owned by George Patsidas of 441 Angel Street. Of the 7 objections that I mentioned, I'd like to start with the checklist requirements. As I'm sure you are all aware, under Rhode Island law, the term preliminary plan is defined as the required stage of land development and subdivision review, which requires detailed engineering drawings and all required state and federal permits. If going forward with preliminary plan review, the applicant has to have all state permits, not just applications submitted. However, the engineering project narrative dated May of 2022 states that the sewer connection permit from NBC is still needed. Secondly, as part of the checklist requirement objection, the planning department states in its staff report that a transportation management plan is recommended for the project to reduce reliance on cars. The DPW approval, along with the planning department's suggested TMP requirement and the traffic engineering suggestion of an additional traffic study, should be performed prior to any approval granted tonight. Only with this information can the CPC make a fully informed decision about the traffic and project impacts on the surrounding environment. There was a very important question raised just moments ago about what type of teeth is a later traffic study going to have after an approval is granted. And your solicitor wisely said, it's a lot like operations and maintenance, where there are teeth included in that type of plan and report. However, the difference between a situation where you've got a straight O&M and what we're looking at here is an O&M plan has a clear path to a remedy, but a future traffic study and future use of this property, what if there is no option to deal with and mitigate the traffic impacts? Once construction is complete, it's too late to figure that out. Our second objection tonight deals with internal drive access. Internal access by cars coming into and out of planned parking spaces is difficult, to say the least. Tandem parking is allowed, but here as designed, drivers must back out into drive aisles, causing drivers to have to use what appears to be both sides of the parking drive aisle to access and leave parking spaces. Our third objection deals with the city's required loading ordinance. Section 1403 of the city's zoning ordinance states that off-street loading spaces shall be provided for any use that distributes or receives materials or merchandise by trucks or other commercial vehicles in accordance with table 14-2, known as the off-street loading requirements table. Specifically, the ordinance requires one loading space for a multifamily dwelling of 40,000 square feet or more gross floor area. Based on that section of the ordinance, we believe that the total gross square footage for all buildings, in this case, 151,800 gross square feet, or more than 125,000 square feet without the basements, should govern. This is well over the 40,000 square foot threshold in section 1403, and therefore one loading space is required. To find otherwise would be to allow 151,800 square feet of multifamily use and have 0 loading spaces. Our fourth objection deals with parking, which seems to be the hotly contested issue tonight. While it is true that in the C2 district, all lots of 10,000 square feet or less are exempt from providing parking. However, the applicant in this case is taking advantage of this exemption, as the applicant is proposing 68 parking spaces for 133 residential units. The shortage of parking for the proposed units is clear based on the staff report and the traffic engineering report, which require further study and additional review and approval and permitting to address not only additional on-street parking, but also anticipated traffic mitigation issues. Interestingly, to my office, just before filing the subject application, the applicant filed and obtained approval for an administrative subdivision here. Why is that important? Because in doing so, the applicant reduced the lot sizes all to less than 10,000 square feet, thereby neatly avoiding any parking requirements and allowing the applicant to take advantage of the parking exemption for smaller lots. This avoidance cannot be what was intended by the ordinance in providing a parking exemption for smaller lots. Simply stated, the applicant should not get the benefit of a parking exemption by virtue of the fact that they themselves designed the lots to be less than 10,000 square feet. Also, we heard new information tonight on parking from the applicant with no opportunity to digest or respond to it. At the least, the objectors here tonight should be provided more time to deal with the new information and provide a substantial or not substantial, excuse me, provide a comprehensive response to that new information that came out tonight. Our fifth objection has to deal with a parking restriction that was found on the chain of title. It's unclear where this particular issue stands before the commission. I've not seen any information to support or refute what the title examination shows. So I'll just provide that and then hopefully the applicant can respond to it. The staff report references the fact that the development abuts a public park to the rear, and the applicant will need to ensure that no residents park there overnight. In a 1976 deed recorded at book 2004, page 147, to a prior owner, Our Lady of Fatima Council, Knights of Columbus, we understand that a portion of the proposed development property, previously known then as the open space lot, or lot 566, to the rear of the proposed development was conveyed out. This was known as lot 576. And now, as a result of the applicant's recent subdivision, the applicant has incorporated said lot 576 into what is now known as lots 157 and 296. However, the deed from the city of Providence states that the property can be used by the public for off-street parking during daylight hours. My office conferred with outside title counsel on this matter, and we understand from that review that the city of Providence would need to execute and deliver a formal release of this particular conveyance. Our sixth objection deals with the height of the buildings in this project. Here, all 4 buildings will exceed the 50-foot 4-story height limit for the C2 zone. The proposed building heights are 55 feet, 63 feet, 60.5 feet, and 62.5 feet, with structured parking included, or 52.2 feet, 53.9 feet, 56.1 foot, 52.9 feet, if you don't count the parking floor. But either way, the applicant needs relief for any height above 50. At a minimum, the applicant should be providing structured parking to accommodate all of the 133 units proposed to get this adjustment, not just the 68 parking spaces or approximately half of the needed parking spaces. More importantly, as the applicant needs an adjustment for all 4 building heights, we would submit that this application has been improperly labeled as a minor land development project. Instead, with these types of adjustments, public notice should be required so that the public can be noticed and attend and participate in this process. As we heard tonight under the city's subdivision regulations, it is true that the CPC can grant up to an additional 24 feet or 2 stories in this zone. However, if a height adjustment is considered a modification, which we believe it is under the language of section 1904 of the city's ordinance, then this application is no longer a minor land development project and is instead kicked up to a major land development project. If so, the applicant needs to resubmit. And as there is no notice provided for minor development, the CPC would lack jurisdiction to hear this application tonight. Since the applicant needs modifications for the height of all 4 buildings, this application therefore no longer fits the definition of minor. And again, we request that it be treated as a major land development project. And lastly, our objection number 7 has to do with the staff report recommendation. Condition 6 in the staff report recommends that any preliminary plan approval should be extended to 1 year from the date of recording of the approval letter. However, under Rhode Island law, specifically RIGL 45-23-38I, which governs minor land development and minor subdivision review, states approval of a minor land development or subdivision plan expires 90 days from the date of approval. It is our opinion that condition 6, which seeks to extend the approval time to 1 year, is inconsistent with state law. For this reason, it should not be adopted as a condition of approval tonight. Those are all of our objections. Thank you for the extra time.
You're welcome. Thank you for being as concise as possible while listing them. I assume that you have a list of those and you'd be able to give one maybe.
I just got on one.
Would you, do you have a list of those objections that you might be able to give to our solicitor?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Do you have that right now?
I will look at my.
I'd like to address each one of these.
I think it's
we have a minute.
absolutely prudent. We'll pause taking someone else while we start to discuss these.
Yep. Okay. I'm going to address the last one first. This expiration of approval. She didn't read the whole section. It says approval of a minor land development or subdivision plan expires 90 days from the date of approval, unless within that period a plat or plan in conformity with approval and as defined in this act is submitted for signature and recording as specified in section 4523-64. Validity may be extended for a longer period for cause shown if requested by the application in writing and approved by the planning board.
Which we do as general practice.
Which we do as a general practice. Yes. Okay. Number 1, with respect to state permits, I think we heard testimony from Mr. Casali that this does not require any state permits. We never consider sewer connection permits to be required state permits. What we talk about with state permits relates to the stormwater from DEM and Narragansett Bay Commission. With respect to the transportation demand management, what if there was no option to remedy was the question. If this is built and there's no option to remedy this, I think if the city's traffic engineer thought that that was the case, he would have raised that. This is as we've heard and as we all know, this is a flashing light. There is a possibility that if traffic conditions are out of control, that the next level up would be a full signal. However, we did hear from the expert in traffic engineering that the queues that would be producing the longest wait times would be no more than a couple of cars for vehicles trying to turn out of that dead end of Power Street. Backing out into drive aisles with respect to the internal driveway access, that's the applicant's problem. This is their own parking that they're providing, and they're going to have to manage that. Each of these buildings, with respect to the required loading space, these are 4 separate buildings, and my interpretation would be that the loading space is required per building, and I don't believe that that each of these buildings on its own meets the threshold that would require a loading space. The parking exemption. They created 10,000 square, lots of less than 10,000 square feet. Lots of less than 10,000 square feet are exempt from parking in the C2 zone, whether they pre-existed the zoning ordinance or whether they're whether they're newly created. I think the presentation was pretty clear about the plan for transportation management. I don't believe that any applicant who's ever come before you has been as thorough about having such a plan. And frankly, it's not really within your purview whether they have this or not. It's more, we're trying to develop a coordinated approach between our land use regulation and regulation of the public right of way. And we wanted you to have the opportunity to weigh in as we gradually formulate a policy on when overnight parking passes should be granted. I don't have any information about parking restrictions on the chain of title or on old deeds and conveyances and so forth. With respect to the extra height, the zoning ordinance says that you have the authority to grant extra height in exchange for the provision of structured parking. It doesn't say how much structured parking, it just says in exchange for structured parking. It's up to you to determine if this amount of structured parking would justify the provision of this extra height. I would suggest that the entire ground floor of each of these buildings has structured parking. So that should be a consideration for you. With respect to notice being required for the request for dimensional adjustments, that's not required by our development review regulations. A height adjustment is not a modification. That's a misreading of the development review regulations. We have a section, section 807 of the development review regulations. It's called waiver, modification, reinstatement, and extension. Waivers and modifications are, as used in these regulations, relate to waivers and modifications of the checklist itself. And the definition of a minor land development project says a development plan for a residential project as defined in these regulations, provided that the development does not require waivers or modifications as specified in these regulations. The additional height is not called a modification, it's called the dimensional adjustment, and that's provided for not in these regulations, but in Article 19 of the zoning ordinance. Totally different things. And I think that covers all of my comments. Yep.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Bob. I think that helps all of us understand where we stand, and we will continue on with public comment from here. Better set my stopwatch again. All right. The next person on the sign-in sheet is Scott Moran. Please state your name and address for the record, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, pull the microphone just a little closer. There you go.
And is this better?
Much better.
All right, there we go. My name is Scott Moran. I live on Power Street.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to thank Chair and Board and presenters for having this discussion. I would like to say, Mr. Garrity, it is a pleasure to watch you dance, sir. And as a lifetime Providence resident, you should understand that the land that we're talking about right now is where they buried the landing rock. My point being is there's no stopping progress in this city, right? You're gonna get what you're gonna get. Okay, I am a board member of the Neighborhood Association of the Community Garden, and I'm on the PTO at the Barton Elementary School. I am very invested in my neighborhood and community. I am not here to represent any of those groups today. I'm here to read my notes and tell you that I'm here for all the people that use the park that have no idea that any of this is going on, right? You've gathered your 34. I've talked to neighborhood residents. They have no idea. So kudos to you guys for getting people involved. So the very marketable attractions that people come from across the city and across the state to come to this park to utilize: the community garden, the Little League, the soccer league, the bike path along the Seekonk River, the iconic bridge, the basketball courts, and the dog park, right? Those are all reasons that people come every day to this park that have no voice, right? My sole concern with this proposal is the access and egress off of Power Street to the underground parking. On top of that, the serious safety concerns that'll go along with it. I call for a new traffic study to evaluate the actual occupancy of the park during its peak months and the resulting traffic in the peak months, and see a resolution and possibly a Gano Street or a more northern access to the building north of 164. If you guys want to share your slideshow, that would really help my argument. Okay, so has the board read the traffic study associated with this?
We all have copies of it, yes.
Okay, great. So I will refer to it. I might also go over my time just a little bit. So I'm going to jump right into section 2.0.
So we'd ask you to summarize.
I will. The ending paragraph in section 2.0 says we limited our analysis to, right, Gano Street and Power Street, but it has made no mention of the occupancy or usage or activity associated with the Gano Park. For example, and the study was done in November 2021, is that correct? Right? So I would like to speak more to the peak months. Little League is from April through July in the evenings in the fall season, and September through October, it's weekend mornings, right? In the soccer season, this is August through September in the evenings and on the weekends, right? Each of these long-term established activities utilize the entirety of the parking lot spots, totaling about 60 spots, as well as the community garden has several activities through the year. We each fill up this parking lot every weekend and every time there's, a long-standing event. Okay, we'll jump right into section 3, existing conditions. It is stated that Gano Street has the 2 travel lanes, right? In the traffic study, Gano Street, 2 traffic lanes. Each traffic lane is 11 feet. But then when we get into Power Street, if you could reference their design C11, this little bit of the sidewalk that juts out right here, right? From this to their, to the existing like grass maintained tree area, that's 18 feet. From each one of the parking lines to that same area is 18 feet. From this final curve to here is 18 feet. The traffic study states that it is 2 undelineated lines. And so I asked that if it is only 18 feet and a traffic lane is determined at 11 feet, how can that be 2 lanes, right? I would also like to propose that it is currently, and like we talked about lived experience, Harry lived in the neighborhood, lived experience. It's impossible for 2 vehicles to either enter or exit here at Power Street, given that it's, its narrowness. So if a vehicle is trying to, turn left or right, does not matter, and another vehicle is trying to turn left into the park, it's impossible. You have to wait for this vehicle to depart before this vehicle can get in, right? So that was my scenario, which I'll just skip. But I believe that the November, you get into 3.3, excuse me, traffic data. So I believe that the November study is inaccurate representation of usage during the peak months of April through October. I do not believe that the stated number of eastbound, westbound vehicles entering or exiting is at 40 during those peak travel times. And I believe it underrepresents the peak month or summer traffic, right?
So we're gonna ask you to complete now because I've doubled your time now.
Okay, so, well, I'll just sum it up. I am opposed to where the proposed parking is going to be due to safety concerns for those who utilize Gano Park.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, the next member of the public that's on the sign-in sheet is Norma Anderson.
My name is Norma Anderson. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
I live at 51 East George Street, which is approximately 4 walking blocks from Gano Park. I walk to Gano Park with my dog every day, sometimes just once a day, sometimes twice. I'm a member and board member of the Fox Point Community Garden, which has 126 little garden plots which people tend to. So more than 126 people customarily are using that garden during the growing season. I make a lot of observations about people's use of the park. I love that park. If I was living in San Francisco and I had my house at 51 East George Street, I'd be paying $1 million for that house, and it's just a little cottage. But I want you to know that your building proposal is going to affect the use of the park. It's going to affect access coming and going on that little stretch of Power Street. Just walking my dog and turning the corner from Gano into that park, I have to be real careful because cars are turning in, some are coming out. They're not necessarily expecting to see a pedestrian. So I just want to support what Scott said, because he's pretty much covered it. But I just want you to know that there's more use to that park than you can possibly know right now. The proposal for this building, the proposals of this project haven't actually walked around and seen what they're trying to do from just on foot. There's a lot of experience you can gain from just being a pedestrian. So thank you very much for listening to me. I hope you know that people are going to be affected by this project that actually love that park.
Thank you. Next member in attendance is Mr. Bulgarian.
Thank you. Grant Bulgarian, 20 Exeter Street in Providence. Excuse me. Just 3 observations. Number one, you know my long-standing concern about the zoning ordinance that was approved back in 2014. Before then, the 51 zoning ordinance stated that height in commercial zones outside of downtown was 3 stories, not to exceed 45 feet, which was a very excellent standard. The argument was made as the 2014 zoning ordinance was in development back in 2012, 2013. Well, you know, you really could squeeze 4 stories into 45 feet. So why don't we allow 4 stories? I was not supportive of that, but that's what we did. We rounded off 3 stories into 4 stories. Somewhere along the line in the process of printing the zoning ordinance, we rounded off 45 feet into 50 feet. And no sooner was, I overstate, I was going to say no sooner was the ink dry. The ink wasn't dry. And people started requesting zoning variances to go the extra story and more than 50 feet. 3 stories, 45 feet is a nice human scale. People come to Providence because we're a human scale city. 4 stories, not to exceed 50 feet, is stretching that. Anything beyond that is not human scale, and I don't think that's appropriate for the neighborhoods. Downtown is a different story, but not for the neighborhoods. So that's number one. I would respectfully request you just say no. Number 2, there was testimony given to me that if you're within a half a mile of a bus stop, you're within the radius of the bus line. My understanding is that it's a half a mile in rural areas and a quarter mile in urban areas. So I would like to offer that piece of information. You can double check. Number 3, the bus stop that they're referring to is the bus stop on Ave Street, which is the 92, the Richter route number 92 bus line. If this project is going to be serving Brown University students, that ain't the bus stop they're going to, because the 92 bus starts or ends, depending on your perspective, at the down at the Pittman and East George Street, the shopping center down there, and goes up Pittman and until you get to Ives, and then goes down Ives to Wicken Street, and then Wicken Street all the way across the Point Street Bridge and do-si-does its way to downtown Providence. Totally circumvents Brown University. If you're going to Brown University from this project, you are going to be walking over to, not Waterman, you'll be coming back from Waterman, you'll be walking over to Angel Street and picking up a bus. And so that and those 2 buses, Angel and Waterman one way each way, as you know, and they go to the tunnel at Thayer Street, which is servicing the Brown University community. So that's what needs to be the reference, not the 92 Ive Street bus. Anyway, I thank you as always for your service. This project does point out a number of revisions that we need to make to our zoning ordinance, but that's for future conversation. So,
which I'm sure you'll be a part of. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bulgaria. Before we go to our online and virtual people, I'd like to give us all a 2-minute quick break to use the restroom and stand up for a second. And then we will go back to public comment directly thereafter.
To all those folks who are online, make sure you use the raise hand function if you want to speak. I see 3 people whose hands are raised right now. I'm going to guess that there are probably more who want to speak, so make sure you use that feature.
It's been a long evening, needed to just stretch for a minute. We're going to move on to the virtual public comment now. Again, if you're in our virtual audience, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 if you're calling in. Again, we're limiting comment to 2 minutes per person. There are a significant amount of people here. And if you have submitted testimony in advance, we have received it and read it and appreciate it. So if you have, please just summarize again what you've said, and we'll continue on. All right, the first person.
Tom Mitchell.
Tom Mitchell. Oh, hi, Tom. Please, you're unmuted, it looks like, so please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Hi, my name is Tom Mitchell. I have some prepared remarks. I've lived in Providence for 20 years at 50 University Avenue. I've been a Fox Point Community Garden member since its founding. And this is my first Planning Commission meeting. Thank you for continuing the Zoom option. That's why I was able to attend. And this is the first time I've heard of this project in this detail. I knew there was something happening, obviously, because they bulldozed the prior buildings, but I had no details on what was there. I have a lot of questions, I guess many of which won't get answered tonight, but let me go through my points. First, subdividing what had been 2 lots into 4 lots is a legal fiction. It appears they sought the division into 4 lots under 10,000 feet each in order to get around the need to provide adequate parking in a C2, as well as remove the need for setbacks on 3 sides. They keep commenting on how parking is required, and that is because this is zoned, no parking is required, but this is because this is zoned C2. And historical use had minimal residential use except on one of the parcels of one part of the parcel. It's all one parcel. There may be 4 buildings and 4 lots, but there's one entrance. It's one parcel, and you can call it 4 lots. Doesn't change it. It's still one thing. And I think you need to think about it when you think of this project and think about the size and scale, and don't let the developers' representatives' constant use of the phrase less than 10,000 feet lull you into complacence. While it may be compliant with the letter of the law, it definitely isn't compliant with the spirit. Second, 133 apartments means roughly 190 bedrooms based on the floor plan they shared in their document. But there's only 68 parking spaces. Inevitably, visitors to this complex will park in the limited parking at Gano Street City Park, especially when there are ball games at the park, making use of the park harder for other people and other residents. Many of those residents will get limited or no benefit from this development. The rosy projections that only half the residents will have cars is optimistic at best. Yes, while there are 133 apartments, there are roughly 190 bedrooms. And so let's plan on 190 people as a starting point, potentially higher if people share a bedroom and have roommates or live together. And while renting spaces to those residents is fine, great, it likely means many people will park on the street or legally overnight in the park. And those pushed to overnight parking on the street will make it parking harder for existing neighborhood residents. Even though the study showed that there was 62 spaces. What that means is people who traditionally been able to park on their street near their home may now be forced to park a block or 2 away. I think that's unacceptable. Putting aside the issues with parking, where will all the delivery drivers go? UPS, FedEx, Amazon, DoorDash, Uber, Pizza, Chinese, service vehicles. The lack of loading docks is laughable. And the fact that you said, solicitor, that, hey, just consider this all, not needing loading docks, it makes no sense. 133 apartments are gonna have a lot of deliveries. Have not the last 2 years taught us something? Inevitably, they're gonna spill out on Gano Street, blocking traffic, Power Street blocking traffic, or into the park, and potential safety issues. Fourth, the traffic study cites the low crash history from 2017 to 2019, when the site had much better sight lines because there wasn't a 5-story building at the corner of Power and Gano. The conclusion that there'll be a minor traffic impact is farcical given the number of cars. And yes, it may be low in the morning on Power Street between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. in November, because not a lot of people are using the park, which is what Power Street exits to between 8 and 9 a.m. in November in a pandemic. But what about 5 to 6 p.m. in the summer? What about every afternoon year round? Yeah, the intersection operates efficiently now because there aren't 133 apartments. They keep focusing on Power Street, not on Gano. And we all know Gano Street backs up significantly in the morning and in the evening, especially if you're trying to make a left turn onto Power or a left turn or a right turn onto Gano. What about the pedestrians?
We'd ask you to summarize your comments.
I'm almost done, sir.
Your time now.
I'm almost
and there's
done.
a lot of other people who want to speak on this matter.
Yes, yeah, and yes, sir. A 6-month traffic review after the project is built is a bit like trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube after you squeeze it out. It's too late to do anything meaningful. A new traffic study should be done. Finally, this project is greatly out of scale with the neighborhood, and while they say it's high density, nothing nearby is even remotely approaches the density of this development. Overall, this project feels like yet another case of private profit off of public infrastructure with negative externalities. My family strongly opposes this multi-story variance. Please do not grant them 5 stories. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next member virtually.
It's like Karen useless.
And again, I would echo the sentiment of what I was trying to get across. If you're agreeing with and concurring with other previous testimony, please state that. We have quite a few people who want to speak on this matter. So Karen, please state your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Karen Uses at 15 John Street.
Thank
I know the area very well. We've lived here 20 years. I too was an early member of this particular garden, but I'm not talking about just the garden and all of the uses of Gano Park. That little piece that you're calling Power Street that goes off of Gano, that little, we call it a driveway, that serves a design center. It serves a compost business. It's access to the bike path, soccer that brings in families and their barbecues, Little League, and of course the community garden with over 100 plots. Kids are running around. It is a safety issue. Already it's a safety issue. We are just throwing gas on the fire. And really basically it's the traffic pattern, the traffic study that has to be redone, because clearly even one of your own board people said that they get backed up on Gano every single day, 12 months a year. So to add, what could be 190 people or more to this equation is crazy. The human scale means we need safety. We need to support our public space, our green space that links not just Gano Park, all the parks along the river. India Point Park, just around the corner. It's all connected. There's new businesses, that brewery down there. There's a lot going on. And to add these hundreds of people trying to get in and out of that intersection, which already is problematic, is just out of the question, in my opinion. But I thank you for your time, and I think we're waiting for a new traffic analysis. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Mike Lucy.
Mike Lucy,
Lucy, I apologize.
you can
Can you-
unmute yourself. No, now we can.
Okay, great. Listen, is this one building or
Name
four
and
buildings?
address. Name and address for the record.
Oh, hey, my name is Mike Lucy. I live at 10 Appian Way in Johnston, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
So I'm not a neighborhood resident, so there's no kind of neighborhood against this or for this. I'm all for density. We need density. It adds to livability of cities. That's great. But this seems like they're trying to sneak a single building in as 4 separate buildings. I'm bothered by the fact that each one of these buildings has a single elevator. You ever stayed in a hotel that has a single elevator that isn't working? What do? This should have been conceived as a single project. And I don't understand. It seems to me like the reason they split it into 4 buildings is actually to avoid and evade the codes that would have come from this being a major subdivision, which it should be considered. Secondly, 135 units, there's going to be a massive amount of money in rent that's going to accrue to the developers of this project. And you know what? Good for them, because they're helping to develop our city. However, it needs to look a lot nicer than this. A lot nicer. And I don't know if the City Plan Commission has the ability to do that, but tandem parking, no, it's stacked parking. And it's untenable. And it's a gigantic hassle. I honestly, I can't get past the single elevator in each building. Why are these buildings not joined into a complete unit? This should be an apartment building. I would like the developers to respond to this. Are they there tonight?
They are, but this is not a question and answer session.
Well,
This
it
is
could
public
be.
comment.
Could they respond to it?
No, not at this time.
Well, why not?
We can bring them back to answer specific questions.
Also, the green roof is a joke, but thank you. I'm all set. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Lucy. We'll try to do this.
I didn't even use all my time.
Remove permission to talk.
Listen.
All right, next up we have Nina
Tannenwald.
Hi, Nina Tannenwald. I live at 167 Medway Street in Wayland Square, and I'm a member of the board of the Wayland Square Neighborhood Association. So we welcome development here, and we are enthusiastic about having new housing in this area. However, we have many of the concerns that have been raised already. And so I just want to emphasize that presenting this as 4 projects, 4 separate lots, we agree that this is a sleight of hand. This is really one 40,000 square foot lot and should be developed as a one building. And imagine how it might look with some more imaginative architecture and planning. But dividing it into 4 10,000 square foot lots, that's a sleight of hand in order to avoid the parking requirements. If it was really one 40,000 square foot lot with 133 units, it would require 133 parking spaces. So rather than being a gift to the city, these 68 parking spaces, the developer really owes the city 133 spaces here. And the fact that about 65 if you had one parking space per unit, 65 people are going to have to find parking elsewhere. They're going to be parking in the Fox Point neighborhood. And this is then a situation where a private owner is using up 40 to 60 parking the public right of way, public parking spaces that will displace the residents in the neighborhood. Second point, we are familiar with the developer in Wayland Square. Bahman Jalili has built several developments at 178 Gano, 68 Pittman, and 219 Waterman Street. His reputation is somebody who builds housing that looks like low-income housing, but is actually not. He has a lot of no design, low-end materials, houses that in effect look like low-income housing. And so he has a track record. Landscaping is minimal at these places. So my concern is that there's a lot of nice ideas and promises being made about landscaping, about parking and traffic management, but his track record is there for everybody to see, and it's not great. And I think he has very little experience actually with knowing how many of his tenants have cars, because he doesn't provide parking at some of these places. So my concern is with oversight of this plan and all these promises that are made. Finally, my third point is I have to say I'm stunned that the City Plan Commission is looking at this building, this project, and not requiring any affordable housing. So when developers come to the city asking for waivers and dispensations, the city should ask for things in return. And we heard people tonight talking about affordable housing. Well, why aren't you asking for affordable housing in this project? And that is one thing that this project should certainly certainly ought to provide, given the demands for housing in the Fox Point neighborhood. This is something that this should be required by the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And moving right along, the next up is Margarita Pryor. You can unmute yourself.
There we go.
and state your
Sorry.
name.
There I
No
am.
problem. State your name and address for the record, please.
So Margarita Pryor, 28 Doan Avenue in Providence. And I
Thank
also
you.
am a member of the Fox Point Garden since the beginning. And for the record, I will say that I work for the Environmental Protection Agency, so I'm very familiar with stormwater requirements and a lot of the environmental impacts that a project of this scale may in fact create. But I just want to not to take up time. I hope I'm not the last person standing between you and going home, but I would like to just amplify the things that everybody else has said and then add a couple more. One of which is that there has been, I don't know what has happened with that because the public notification is very poor in these instances. There was never any signage about this particular development there. The management of that site is really bad because the sidewalk is at most 3 feet wide. And most of that is taken up with their collapsing fence and tarp that blows into your face. And there's no stormwater management on that site at all as of now. That is just a kind of an example of the poor management that one can expect from this developer. But my other main project is there has been proposals for the William Collins site at the intersection of the exit ramp and Gano. I don't know what has happened with that. There's been no notice about that particular development. There's also the site across the street from that exit ramp, which has been for sale for forever and appears to, the for sale sign has been taken off. I don't know whether something is being proposed for that. And then there's the Dunkin' Donuts site, which attracts tremendous amount of left turning and right turning traffic certainly during the rush hours in the morning. And when they say that Gano Street has minimal traffic, they are lying because it is backed up all the time. You cannot cross the street, even though there is a pedestrian striping right there at the corner of Power and Gano. I have been almost knocked over by cars myself trying to cross that street when they're supposed to stop for you. So I just want to amplify what everybody else said. And my last comment on that is, it's really crummy looking. There's no landscaping. I don't know where they're going to put any kind of tree cover, tree canopy, because the sidewalk is only 3 feet wide and it doesn't look like they're planning to do anything like that. And I totally agree with all the other comments that people have made about this. And I would like to see coordination with all the other proposed developments on Gano Street that are just going to make this 100 times worse than it already is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It looks like Haley again is our next.
Hello, this is Haley Bucky. I'm a renter. I live at 24 Evergreen Street in Providence, Rhode Island. I'm 28 years old and I work full-time in research. So I don't own a car. Like I said, I'm a renter. I've never owned a car in Rhode Island. I'm originally from Michigan, so I did drive there, but I haven't needed a car since moving to Rhode Island. When I was 18, luckily I get around with RIPTA, walking and riding a bike. I realize that's not feasible for everyone, but I basically wanted to emphasize that this is a great site where it's completely realistic to expect that tenants will not have cars. Some of them might have cars, some people might choose to, some people may not be able to have a car, not have the ability to drive for various reasons, or may not want to spend money on driving because of the proximity to things and convenience. For example, it's really close to East Side Marketplace and Whole Foods, so I think grocery shopping is probably a major trip for a lot of people when driving or using other modes. So I just wanted to emphasize that I don't think it's ridiculous or unrealistic to expect some of the tenants to not have cars here. And in fact, I think that's, especially with housing prices going up, I think that it is something that people are considering, is not having a car, or maybe reducing the number of vehicles. I have friends and acquaintances who live throughout the East Side and throughout Fox Point, various ages, who also don't necessarily own cars. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person is just listed as Marjorie.
Oh, hello. Thank you for
giving me a chance to speak. I'm Marjorie Pounding. I'm co-chair of Friends of India Point Park. I've lived here since I moved here to go to Rhode Island School of Design and study architecture. Just so you know, Friends of Indian Point Park has done a lot to advocate for open space that can't advocate for itself. And the thinking, the wisdom about development is that as you approach sea level, you always want to get lower, you don't get taller, so that you kind of reflect what's happening geographically. And that being an expanse, and as Karen Eustace was saying, wraps around the corner to India Point Park of recreational amenities, it would only make sense to indicate that, as well as be respectful to the fact that you are in a residential neighborhood instead of being a wall of tall buildings. It's not really what is kind of forward thinking design. It's not a backwater down on Gano Street that was referred to as like Gano Street being like the foster child of it's really all of Fox Point's backyard, because we have very small little tiny spaces here, and we all go there to see each other, to get sun and recreate, and it's very, very heavily used. So yes, an independent traffic study of foot traffic, bicycle traffic, dog traffic, children traffic. It's very, very busy, as Scott Moran had said during our high season. The accidents that happened that you reported, that were 2 of them off season, that's vehicular accidents, but this could be, you know, a vehicle with a pedestrian. I'd like to say that it makes no sense to have that entrance be on Gano Street, since it's just really the park entrance technically. I mean, Power Street, it's technically a street, but it's really just the park entrance. And that it be considered that if it were the entry to these structures were moved to the north, where the dentist's office is, there would be less stacking, because the highway entrance to 195 is going to be moved from, well, the one that's going to 95 east and west is going to be moved to the east side of Gano Street, and it's going to slow down traffic. So lengthening the amount of blocks it would take you to get into this building would be better, to not end up with having stacked traffic all along Gano. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Looks like
That's it.
that was the last member of the public. So with that, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. Now I'll take a deep breath. That was a lot. A lot of very valid discussion points. I mean, Gano Street is a very busy street. It's a congested street as is. I think a lot of that has to do with 195. But public comment is closer. Harry, you.
I'm going to ask Kelly, since she's leaving us. I'd like to know how to make a proposal that would say, I can accept this, but I want another traffic study.
What do you mean another?
I want a traffic study that is not in November of 2021, but is today. I want it in the summertime. I want it when it's non-COVID. I want it when it takes into account India Point Park. I live there, and I can go along with this, but I cannot approve it with this without some traffic relief study. It's got to be something better. And I just don't know how to make that.
I understand.
All right.
Do you want to hear from the traffic engineer? I don't know.
So I
I already heard from him.
No, I understand that.
There were a lot of issues raised by the public, and I think we'll give, as we often do, Mr. Gary a brief chance to respond.
I'm not even talking about a traffic study for this building. I mean, Gano Street, the whole deal. It's become huge access to Wayland Square to, it's just crowded all the time.
I'm only asking because it seems like they have a response, and I can still give you advice, but I
Okay.
think you should hear
Oh,
their
sure,
response.
okay,
Sure.
okay.
With that, there was a lot of comment before we start deliberating. Maybe it would be helpful to hear some of your opinions on the public comment that was.
Sure. Relating to the summer traffic, we typically look at peak conditions of commuter peak on Gano Street, and that's during the school year. Now, I understand, forgot the gentleman's name in the back. Tito, that the summer traffic for the park is higher. But again, traffic on Gano Street will be a little less because there's no school during the summer months. So again, and also the park is only used during the weekends and during the PNP. Evenings. Right, evenings, but that's later in the evening past the commuter peak. And again, there's no school during the summer.
Please don't interrupt me. Thank you.
So no school during the summer. Also, one thing to note, this area is highly developed. There is a turnover of businesses and residential properties in this area. So in essence, you're just replacing pretty much the site traffic on Gano Street. We're not developing an undeveloped property. We're developing a property that's already been developed. So in essence, we are replacing in kind some of the traffic. And I'm not implying that the proposed resident is replacing the exact amount of traffic, but it's not significant where it's going to have a significant impact on the operations on Gano Street.
Just if I can, Mr.
Yep.
Chairman, just
Mr. Gary,
address,
please.
one of the comments that were made with respect to restrictions on the title with respect to open public. I just want to address that directly. There's a release from the city of Providence, which was recorded on the land evidence records for the record in book 12-663 of page 255, signed by the mayor of Providence, which releases any restrictions, particularly the restrictions that the property may be used for the public for off-street parking during daylight hours. So that issue was, I just want to make that clear because it was not.
No, yeah, that wasn't presented to us during your testimony, so we appreciate that. Anything else that came of the public comment that you'd like to address?
I don't believe there was anything specific. I think the traffic engineer's point is that any additional traffic that is there as a result of the park's use is off-peak. So he does this analysis, and you tell me if I'm wrong with respect to that, with respect to peak traffic periods. Even if it's in November, it's a peak traffic periods. So if someone's using the park at 7:30 in the morning, as I take my dog out as well to do that, that's an off-peak period. So the peak period is when they do their study to make sure that they try to capture the most traffic at any particular period of the day, whether it's in November or June or July. Is that correct?
Again, we look at peak conditions when school is in session, which is obviously from September all the way through May. Peak conditions for the park, when you're using the baseball fields, the soccer fields, the garden, is during the summer months when school is not in session. So traffic on Gano Street is less during the school year. Also, one thing to note that we are implementing a transportation demand management plan with 7 to 8 strategies in order to reduce the number of single occupancy vehicle trips, thus reducing the necessary number of parking spaces. And from what I understand, this TDM plan would be the first within the city.
Thank you. Okay, yes.
So, Mr. Bilodeau, so with that, you have, and this is a very technical procedural issue, but when someone submits an application for a minor development, you have 65 days to either approve or deny it. So that concerns me if you want some other kind of traffic study. As you know, the traffic expert is considered an expert, and he did, I don't want to sound like I'm advocating, but he did address your concerns about the peak and when traffic studies are performed, things like that. So I'm not sure that you'd get anything different from this gentleman, even if you had additional time to conduct a different study in a different time period.
So I think I'm contemplating some discussion that I think will speak to that, because I think this idea of this TMP is a really good idea. I think it's the first time we've ever done this. It's the first time an applicant has ever proposed this. I have to guess that Bob had something to do with it, because I think that our concern about the park usage, the neighbors' concern about the park usage, is probably also the city's concern about the park usage and continued benefit to that of the residents of the city. I have that number 4, the traffic engineer follow-up study. I have a couple of things that I would like to add to the recommendations of that. And the first I already mentioned, which is that it's submitted to the traffic engineer and to the deputy director of planning with a report out to the CPC with the findings of it. I'd like the solicitor to review and approve the final form of the TMP. And then I would also like, instead of 6 months to no later to 1 year, I'd like to make it 9 months to 1 year, so that it's inclusive of more of the timeframes of that we're speaking of. It's not just November. I'd like to know the peak seasons of the park usage. I'd like to know the peak seasons of every iteration. And I'd like it to be inclusive of all of Power Street, not just the intersection, the park usage. I want some reporting back on that as well. I think that would be helpful for me to feel comfortable with it. I don't know if that.
No, that's a big help, and I agree. And I didn't realize that it was the first TMP that's been done. I'm actually trying to help the developer, because I think Gano Street is already so crowded all by itself that I'm ready to back off. Thank you for that. But I think that I feel that it's the traffic should be addressed even if this weren't being built.
Well, and I think that's separate and apart from this.
Yeah,
I know. I think that Gano
But I see
Street.
this opportunity.
Yeah,
I say,
it's a valid concern. Gano Street is very heavily trafficked.
Yeah.
I'm similar to you. During certain times of the day, I'll avoid it on purpose. And I think it's mostly attributed to 195 on and off ramps. But it's a heavily trafficked corridor.
Yeah. All right.
This parcel is zone C2. It sounds like a lot of people disagree with the way it should be zoned, but the fact of the matter is that it is zone C2. When I first looked at this and was reviewing it in depth, I thought, man, this is pretty clever. Because they found they threaded the eye with this one, because they made something that's basically complies with everything, that's a by right development, with the exception of adding the parking, which they're not required to do, by subdividing this into 4 under 10,000 square foot lots. It's clever. And
in the spirit of goodwill, I would say that these developers have put up a building right next to my office. They have been a pleasure to work with. I think the building that they built is attractive, and their contractors have been helpful, and I wish them I actually wish them tremendously good fortune with this. And I just hope the traffic is not gonna be the headache I think it is.
Yeah, well, and we'll find out.
We'll find out.
Because we do have a vehicle to find out in this, unlike any other project we've ever approved. A few of the other comments that I'd like to just comment on. Someone mentioned the incorporation of affordable housing. That's not a mechanism we currently have. We talk about it a lot, and I think that's, again, we're talking about the comprehensive plan and a lot of changes to it. It's when giving relief, I think that's an absolutely valid carrot to hang out. I do want to implore Attorney Garrity, talk to your client about the condition of the current parcel. There's collapsing tarps and fences on public right-of-ways, and you're coming before the boards. That's not really a good way to be. I've said that to other applicants. It's not anything to you or your client specifically. It's something that I care about. The Duncan congestion, there's nothing we can do about that. They are separate buildings. Someone said this is one, Mr. Lucy, I believe, said this is one parcel, kind of divided up into four, and it's four legal separate parcels, four separate taxable lots. I do have one question. Mr. Azar, do you know if there are any easements beneficial to the other parcels? Because these are going to be separate legal parcels, and it looks like they're traversing over each other's land. And
Yes.
I just want to make sure those are incorporated and recorded prior to final plan.
They will have to be, and you could make that a condition if necessary.
I would like to include that as a condition. All necessary reciprocal easements be drafted and recorded prior to final plan approval. Other than that, I mean, I think they're asking for between 3 and 7 feet of dimensional relief, dimensional adjustment. It's not relief, it's a dimensional adjustment. And they could have asked for up to 24, excuse me. So I don't think they're being unrealistic, and they are adding parking where it's not specifically required to. They could come in and it would be a very different project, and I'm sure we'd hear even more about 4 by right structures with no parking that could be built on these 4 separate lots. I guess that's my opinion. I'm open to discussion.
I just have a question since I'm new here. The process of getting these lots to before, have they been before us before?
The process
of making these 4 lots.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually misspoke. If subdivisions, whenever there's a net increase in the number of lots, those have to come in front of you as either a minor or a major subdivision. In this case, prior to the prior configuration, it was 4 lots. They were just configured a little bit differently. So they moved the lot lines in such a way as to create the 4 lots in the configuration they're in today. And that's what's called an administrative subdivision. Administrative subdivisions don't come in front of planning boards. They get approved at the staff level.
So they were never made, they're not substandard, they were never made 1.
No, it's
someone said that there were 2 lots originally made into 4, which is actually incorrect, right? Were there 4 lots?
No, there were 4 lots here. And it was 4 that stayed 4, and they were never, you suggest, Noel, they were never merged by operation of law. That doesn't apply in commercial zones. And even if it did, they were I don't think they were in any way substandard even by residential
It
standards.
looked like the smallest lot was 5,000 square feet, and they were all, the other three were larger than that.
Yeah,
And it's always been the same zoning. That's been,
As I queried Bob about that before this meeting started, and he said as long as he's worked in the city, it's been C2, which is more than 5 years.
22 for the record.
Any other discussion or a motion?
I just want to talk about the traffic.
Yes.
One little bit.
Yeah.
I think, so this is I think the math term, when they said there wouldn't be a significant impact. I think what he was saying is, and to translate in layman terms, is that Gano Street traffic sucks during those times. And this is not gonna make it
Suck more.
it's just gonna suck. And that's what I think traffic engineers, right, that's what their
Is
job
that
is.
the technical term?
It just, so it's not like you were taking a street that was beautiful and you could just like, just speed up and down, and then all of a sudden you build this and then it sucks. So I think what the traffic study is saying that it's going to suck.
The level of service is not going to be decreased.
Yeah.
It's already at a level that is
It's at level
less
D.
than desirable.
It's gonna continue to be terrible.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, if I may, you've heard people talk about using other routes to avoid Gano Street. The second that you add capacity to Gano Street and all of a sudden it doesn't suck, guess what's gonna happen? Everybody who's been using those other routes is gonna go to Gano Street. As long as you have an interstate highway, as long as you have traffic feeding an interstate and coming off of an interstate onto Gano Street, that's gonna be the condition of that street.
Right.
Excuse me, sir, please do not approach the commission members.
Excuse me, I wasn't.
All right.
So I've put forward a couple of additional recommendations if someone was so inclined to adopt them.
Mr. Chair, just for the sake of the minutes, would you mind, I'm just running through real quick.
Sure.
so that we know what to include.
Adding to the implementation of the TMP plan, and I would request that the city solicitor review, opine, and approve prior to final plan approval.
Should we just?
And
Should we handle?
also, so go ahead.
Should we make the motion for the dimensional adjustment first, and then you make
Yeah,
those for them?
yes, absolutely.
Because there's two.
It
right?
is.
Right, yeah, he's just reading it out.
I'm just reading it out for
Just
for
for a
Troy
second.
on.
We
so
can
that-
use our so move.
Okay, well, then I'll hold.
Yeah, once it's.
Let's hold off, Matt. Let's
Would
look
be
at
a
the
separate vote.
dimensional. You are correct. We need to look at the dimensional adjustment, and based on the findings and the recommendations in the staff report, someone could make a motion to approve that or deny that.
So moved.
All right, so I hear a motion for approval of the dimensional and a second by Noel. Noel,
Aye.
Harry,
Aye.
Christian,
Aye.
and I'll vote aye. Then we'll move on to the recommendations, the preliminary plan approval, the findings of fact, and the testimony from the applicant, along with the recommendations posed by the planning department. In addition to those, I would like to add in that to number 2, that the city solicitor review and approve prior to final plan, the TMP. Again, this is the first one we've seen. And for number 4, that the applicant shall submit the traffic study both to the traffic engineer and to the deputy director with a report to the CPC about their findings, recommendations, and proposed action items.
You wanted that 9 months?
And I want that time frame to be moved from 6 months to 1 year to 9 months to 1 year, taking in inclusion of the usage of the park, all of Power Street, and that was that one.
Excuse me, Michael, I just want to be clear that this is going to be, it's, the way it's worded now is 6 months and no later than 1 year from full occupation. So when you say 9 months,
I wanted to span, not just, they could do one for 6 months and leave out a lot of the peak traffic flow. I wanted to make sure it's 9 months and not later than a year.
okay, the way that
Post occupancy.
the way that I read this is that they're supposed to study it within a window of 6 months, and
Yeah.
you're shortening that window to 3 months.
Oh, okay.
So I just want to, I mean, if you want them to study it,
I want them to study it for a longer duration.
okay, so that would be an interesting question about, my understanding of the way that traffic studies are done is that they'll set aside a window of a couple of days to go out and do their traffic study. So if you want to
require multiple.
Yeah, so can I do, so you can, I've seen traffic studies that are specific to the concerns that were addressed here tonight, like an April to May timeframe and then a November timeframe or something like that, that would capture the, so you, I think, you know, after construction, the following April, May, I mean, maybe the traffic, I would
July,
like the
April,
traffic
May,
engineers
July,
input,
August.
so we get it right, frankly. But you can certainly do that.
So.
You have to go up.
6 months and 1 year.
So between the time frame of 6 months to 1 year, as the traffic engineer from the city had recommended, what we can do is within that 6 year and 1 year, 6 months and 1 year is collect data for a couple months and then have a traffic report. Not performing multiple traffic reports within the 6 month period. But what we can do is collect traffic data to make sure the traffic data is consistent.
What I've seen is you can collect data in 2 different parts of the year.
Correct. So
That's what I mean.
yes. So what we can do is we can collect one in the summer if you like,
Yep.
and then we can collect during the school year.
Is that what you're looking for?
I think that's closer to what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I think that May, May captures end of the school year, nice outside, Little League baseball, planning season. So that I think sometime in May, and then some other parts of the.
Yeah, I think that would work.
clarification? May, do you want to say, do the counts in May and then do them again in October?
Yes.
Sure, and that could be a direction from the city. Which months you guys wanna count?
Yes, after following 6 months of occupancy, and do we define occupancy as?
Well,
80%, what is occupancy, full occupancy? 80%, usually I've seen 9.
okay,
It's gonna fill up.
Yeah, so after 90% occupancy, the following May and October, collect the traffic data with the follow-up report and recommendations, just like it's written there.
And it could be obviously October and then May.
It
too.
could be October then May, yes.
Not, yeah.
May
Well,
and
just to be
October,
clear,
yes.
that it's, you know.
Right. And then an additional number 8 would be that all necessary reciprocal easements to be drafted and recorded prior to final plan approval as well. So moved.
Second,
All right, we have a motion and we have a second. Noel? Aye. Harry?
aye.
Christian?
Aye.
And I'll vote aye. Good luck. Hope this works.
If the
current
current
study Motion
study is
to
flawed
adjourn.
and the current numbers are flawed, how do you have a baseline to measure?
Motion to
the
adjourn.
Post occupancy numbers.
And a second.
Second.
Harry, you'll second. There you go.
You don't even.